Honorable Speaker,
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 4. Question number 74, brought by Sri Adelbert Nongrum. Sri Small Blangdar, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Reply to star question number 74. A. Sir, since 2014, 510 SHG have been formed and registered in the urban areas of Meghalaya under the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Urban Livelihood Missions, the NULMs. B, sir, 41 SHG are non-functional. C, sir, an amount of 10,000 is provided as a start-up fund in the form of revolving funds as per SHG under the DNULM.
Adelbert, yeah, your supplementary.
Yes. Very thank you to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to know my supplementary to the reply B. May I know what is the reason, in spite of this crisis of unemployment, why this figure 41, a 41 group, self-help group, are non-functional? May I know the reason, sir?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason is that because they are inactive due to the inactiveness of the groups, in basic groups, and we from department, we are still making awareness for them, request them to reactivate again. So presently they are not active, so we are requesting them to make it active again. It's because of their reason, not from the government side.
So the second supplementary, may I know from Honorable Minister through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether this amount sanctioned in the urban self-help group is the same with the rural self-help group?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not the same. In urban, we give 10,000 rupees. So this rural is not pertaining to urban, so, but it's not the same. It seems maybe 2,500 or something for the rural. So I'm not very sure because deal with the CNRD department. But for urban, it's 10,000 as a startup funds, revolving funds. And for rural, it seems 2,500 something, more or less.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as per my knowledge, why there is a disparity between these two in the same state, although we belong? As per information, just to share in this Agos house, compare the rural area self-help group. Startup rupees 2,500, revolving fund rupees 10,000. Number 3, CIF means Community Investment Fund, that is 1,10,000. So whereas comparing with the urban self-help group, they are getting only 10,000. I will not accept what Honorable Deputy Chief Minister mentioned, that it is not the fault from the government, it is the fault from the SHA group. May I get a clarification?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy to inform the honourable member. Yes, it's a fact, 10,000 is too less, but we had proposed enhancement to the government only, and in fact they are approved now. From 10,000, they had enhanced to 25,000 from this 2024. So no more 10,000 now, it's increased to 25,000.
I don't know whether to accept or not, because because what the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister had make a stand verbally that they will be increasing another 25,000. But in the in this reply, paper, so it appears here 10,000. To whom to? I mean, which one to take?
Mrs. Speaker, sir, yeah, it's very simple, actually. There's not much complication. Sir, both the NULM as well as the NRLM are central schemes. These schemes are not state government schemes. It's the same amount that is given throughout the country. So the amount of 10,000 was decided by Government of India. And similarly for NRLM also, the same amount which is being given in Meghalaya is what being given in the rest of the country. So number one fact is that it is not a Meghalaya government scheme, it's a central government scheme. So we are not deciding the amounts. Number two, as mentioned by Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, that since we all felt, not just Meghalaya, the whole country felt that the amount was too less, we have written to Government of India requesting, and the information has come to us that the enhancement is being done. So that is what it is. So we're waiting for the official sanction, but as of now we're receiving only 10,000, but we have been informed that it will now be increased to 25,000. So it's very simple, sir. There's no confusion in the facts.
Okay. Some more supplementary, Mr. Speaker, sir. As we know the fact that we have heard that the government have planned to estimate multi-dimensional poverty by empower women to become lakpatis, didis, which I will quote our Honorable Chief Minister had mentioned this, which means a woman should earn minimum of rupees 1 lakh annually. Just a matter of 10,000. Do you think that they will come lakpatis? I don't believe. So, as what I'm reminding myself, that poverty is not that we cannot provide the poor, but it is because we cannot satisfy the rich. May I translate in Khasi? Kajing duk kamdei namar kajing bamla ban penbiang ya kibaduk. Henry kadei namar kajing bamla ban penhun ya kibaruspa. May I get clarification, sir?
Sir, since this is a question that is beyond the urban area, sir, we have basically the Lakpati Didi program again is a program that has been promoted by the Honorable Prime Minister. And if you look at the rural areas where we have been really working very hard, we have been able to create thousands and thousands of Lakpati Didis in the last 6 years. So it is actually happening. So it's not just for the sake of saying. I will give the exact numbers, sir. I don't have it right now with me, but I will share it maybe whenever I get an opportunity and when I get the information. But there are thousands, if not lakhs, of Lakpati Didis as we speak. And we are going to have more of them, sir. So number two, just to give an idea to the honorable members, the process of organizing the self-help groups is slightly more easier in the rural areas, because in the rural areas a community-based kind of environment is available. In the urban areas, though they may be in a locality or they may be connected with each other, the urban areas are quite busy. And so the process of actually, at the end of the day, bringing them together and making them work together at a self-help group it's more difficult, I should say, sir. Therefore, the way with which the self-help group has gone up in the rural areas, we were not able to replicate it in the urban areas. Also because of the fact that the amount given by Government of India was too less. But having said that, sir, what is important, seeing the gap in the entire process, all the programs and schemes that have been adopted by Government of Meghalaya, for example, the food processing units that we've put up, they are run by these self-help groups. Whether it's a CM Elevate program, wherever they are applying, we are supporting them. Wherever from tourism, if homestays are there, through the self-help groups, we are supporting them. So whatever we get from Government of India is at one level, which is the norm throughout the country. Realizing that these amounts are not enough, we have now dovetailed it with the schemes of government of Meghalaya, whether it's through tourism, whether through food processing, whether through CM Elevate, whether through Prime, and so on and so forth. And we are trying to ensure that we are able to create more and more opportunities. Are we satisfied? So we are not. There's so much more to be done, but I think we've made a great step ahead, and we will definitely explore more possibilities that in urban areas also, more and more women's self-help groups are promoted in the future.
Honorable
This will be your last question.
Speaker, sir. Let me remind the House that it is a crisis of unemployment. Our beloved youth are desperate and frustrated because of lack of an opportunity. No doubt, if we talk about government job, it is already saturated all across the country. And if we talk about the migration from rural to urban, it was huge. Why? There must be a reason. And I do hope the present government should do a proper homework so that we can uplift our state and avoid unnecessary problem arises be it in our educated youth, as we always instructed them, reminding them that do not satisfy just because you are obtain a degree. You are not supposed to be satisfied with a job, being a job seeker, but you must be a job provider or a job creator. So I would like to put a last supplementary to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that whether the government of the day are mean business. Business mean serious, not other business. So I just like to know whether you really mean business to enhance this assistance to our beloved SHG. Because with this amount, 10,000, it will not be enough.
Mr. Speaker, sir, again, as I said, because the honorable member has talked about overall employment and things, so I take this opportunity to reply to this. So number one point, as mentioned by Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, within the scope of the NULM, which is a scheme by Government of India, the request to enhance it has been sent, and Government of India has given a favorable response. So we do expect that amount to go up. Number two, sir, the scope of supporting the SHGs is not limited only to NULM or NRLM, but we use this institutional network and setup that we have to be able to then give more schemes to them through the government schemes, like, as I said, CM Elevate or the food processing or mission mode programs. Because, as I said, self-help group system and structure is more of an institutional setup. And now we can funnel the resources and schemes through this system and do much more than what the original NRLM and NNUM is supposed to do. So that's number two, sir, that we will dovetail it. We are doing it. We will further dovetail to ensure that more and more of the schemes are then given through these different self-help groups. Third point, sir, yesterday I gave a very exhaustive reply, wherein about close to about 8 or 9 slides, and my entire presentation yesterday on the budget debate was based around unemployment. Realizing that unemployment is the key issue and the problem for the state and for governments throughout the country. We have focused on job creation and reducing unemployment by different programs and policies which I had laid down and I explained yesterday in detail. And I also showed the numbers of how many jobs have been created in the last 3 to 4 years and how much we plan to create by ensuring that these activities are held. So, Honorable Member, once we can go through the presentation again and I can show him again the details, but it's question hour, so I will refrain myself. So we are seized of the problem. I just wanted to share that. My reply yesterday was focused on unemployment. Almost 50% of my time I spent on that. And I shared exactly how we are working on each sector to resolve this unemployment issue. And of course, the NULM project is again an important one. We will increase the amount. We have asked Government of India to do it. They have agreed to do it. We should be seeing the impact, but it is not enough. So we will dovetail it with other schemes to ensure that we are able to give more help to these different self-help groups.
Okay, Charles, Nomrum.
So may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, out of the functioning SHGs, what are the main areas of operation, or what are the items that they take up, activities?
So this SHG, the main objective that they are always that number one is that we know very well is the decades of products. And just like sometime when there is some exhibition, they used to show their products, and our government is supporting them. And it's a sort of getting employment by empowering the women. And they are having some small group of which is just like the turmeric in Lakadong, and sometimes they make this, like in one of my condo, she does then pottery, all these things. These are the main duty of this, and different type of duties they are performing. So it's indirectly they create the employment, especially in the local level, especially to empower and to encourage the women in the local group. These are main functions, and there are so many, sir. If I mention, maybe it take lots of time, but there are different duties they are performing from there. It's based on the local needs. It's different from one place to the other place also, not uniform at all.
Bahir Islam Kapran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, looking at these figures, 41 SSGs are non-functional. May I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of urban affairs whether there's any monitoring agency to monitor the performance of the SSGs?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, there is a self-monitoring is done by them only, like by the resource organizations and also community organizations between them. They are self-monitoring, and maybe they are inactive, maybe that some area that's not active properly. So yes, we are from the government. We request them from time to time, please come forward, and we are trying to support from the government as per the guideline which has been stated, which has already replied.
So the amount given to the SSGs under NULM, as explained by Honorable Chief Minister, is the same amount given under NRLM, sir?
No, sir. NRLM is only 2,500, but it's from the rural part, not from urban. It's 2,500.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from the Honorable Deputy CM, in view of the reply to 74A, total of 510 SHGs have been formed since 2014. Seems to be very less for, it is for the whole urban area across the state, not only for Shillong. It includes all other urban areas. There is no shortcut. It is, we could comprehend the problems associated with this issue of bringing people together to have agreed to have a common intent. It has been difficult, but we have tried in the preceding decades. You look at how we have overcome this challenge initially, because our people are not inherently entrepreneur in their, to promote entrepreneurship amongst people has been always a challenge. But we have took the intervention head on. You will recollect that with IFAD, we organized various programs, and the whole focus was on organizing self-help group in the rural areas. So similar effort, if done, it can be achieved. This is a challenge. There is no shortcut, as I said. But has any measure been taken, having been confronted with this very low number of outcome in spite of the programs? Whether any what is considered as an appropriate intervention to overcome this challenge has been done or not?
Mr. Speaker, sir, The suggestion made by the member is very valid and points noted by me. And yes, of course, from time to time, from the municipal, we are trying to make the awareness program, request them to come forward to form this new SAG, sir. So we are trying to make awareness, to request them to come forward so that at least there will be more self-group will be coming in future.
The Speaker, sir.
Sir, I'll just supplement to what the Honorable Deputy CM has mentioned, and correctly mentioned by the LO, that a lot of effort has gone in the past many years, and because of that, we have seen the results in the rural areas. As I said, the self-help groups numbers have gone up from 5,000 to now 51,000 plus, and we've seen the success there. But there is quite a bit of difference in urban and rural. And I was trying to explain that earlier, that in the urban areas, because of the different responsibilities and the different overall life in urban areas, much more hectic, much more active, and it is not always possible to bring people together. The challenges are different and challenges are more in a way in the urban areas. But in the rural areas, because of the community-based approach that we have in the rural areas, we are able to implement it in a much more smoother manner, and we've been able to overcome the challenges which we face there. So therefore, we have seen the success in the rural. Urban, we have faced problems. We are doing our best, and continuously we're engaging with the people, but it's not as simple. But we will continue, sir, and we hopefully with this additional amount that Government of India is going to sanction now, and also with the CM Elevate program where we'll dovetail it with the NULM scheme, we hope that we'll be getting better response from the self-help groups in the urban areas also.
Mr. Speaker, sir, appreciate the reply and also the overall amplified reply by the Honorable CM. But here I think it will be appropriate for us to really take cognizance of this huge, I should say, it's something which is reflective of us not being able to overcome the constraint and challenge. Therefore, I am asking whether any special intervention, since the normal approach has failed, if we say that this is our best, we have tried our best, and the outcome of best is this, then it is very pathetic. So I don't think we have tried our best. We can still try. So may I get a categorical assurance from the government that having been confronted by this challenge, we will embark upon something extraordinary, special. Let some brainstorming session be done by the minister in charge, the Deputy CM in charge, and find out a way forward.
Sir, again, as mentioned, that the amount that was there under the NULM was only 10,000. Under the NRLM, the amount was higher with 2,500 plus another 1,10,000 something for the revolving fund. For the community, investment fund. So therefore, the incentives are higher in the rural areas, and maybe Government of India programmed it in such a manner, and hence we got a better response out there. To answer to the question of the Honorable LO, that we have been able to now, as I said, have programs like the CM Elevate, like the food processing programs that we have, where we're helping specific self-help groups to come up and to be able to create employment opportunities. So hence, to answer the question, yes, interventions are planned. CM Elevate, the different programs under the homestays, the different programs under the agriculture department, all of these are being added additionally to the self-help group NULM program for the urban areas to motivate and incentivize the different self-help groups to be more active and many more to be formed. And I'm pretty sure, sir, that we will get a positive response, and we are happy to examine and get suggestions from everybody. And I would urge, especially the MLAs of the urban areas, that some support and mobilization from the urban MLAs also, if that can be done, we should be able to move things further. So I'm positive, sir, that in the coming days, like we have seen the huge success of NRLM, where we started, as I said, with 5,000 groups, and today we are at 51,000 groups. I'm very sure, sir, with these interventions, we will see the numbers going up in the urban areas also.
Mr. Speaker, sir, one more information I would like to have is, since this information is for the whole, the urban area in the whole area of the state of Meghalaya, now may I know from the Honorable Deputy CM this total cumulative number of 510 SHGs that has been formed and registered? Which are the areas of urban areas that has been covered? In as far as these 510 SHGs are concerned, these are from which areas? Shillong, Tura, Joai, and which other urban areas?
Mr. Speaker, sir, in Bagmara there are 25, and in Joai is 1, and Subelpara is 8, Shillong is 13, and Tura is 37, William Nagar is 18, sir.
Tura?
Tura is 37, sir.
See, Mr. Speaker, sir, why I have asked this specifically is because if we do the mapping of the habitations, the localities, Tura has so many areas where we have poverty-stricken families. So also Shillong. Shillong has number of habitations, neighborhoods, where we have substantial number of poverty-stricken families. And in view of that reply for other interventions supported by the government, see, this is a program which is supported by Government of India, so we can resort to convergence mode of intervention, so that the fund which is otherwise seem to be unattractive may be somehow taken care of. So a convergence approach has been one of the mantra of the government from the successive governments. We have embarked upon this, and funds are available for different livelihoods, other different initiatives. So I think the approach should be to converge and make this program attractive by leveraging upon whatever fund is coming from Government of India.
Before you ask your next question, I think
Mr. Colonel, actually, I stand corrected, sir. I made a mistake, actually. That's not the correct figure. The correct figure is already now. So actually, it's in Bagmara is 17, sir. 70, yeah, and Joai is 19. And the Subelpara is 35. And Shillong is 115. In Tura is 198, sir, not 37. And William Nagar is 73. It's come to 510.
Sir, just one more supplementary.
you have only finished
Only one,
5.
please. It is a serious matter of grave concern.
Please, please, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you. So we really cannot afford to see that our beloved youth, we are going to lose more and more. They are moving out from our state because of lack of opportunity. And this SHG also is purely involved with the domestic workers. So I just want to make one last supplementary before conclude.
Please,
winding up
please,
this.
please come to your question.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to know this enhancement which had been made a proposal from the central government, whether it will be in the form of a loan or will be in the form of a grant.
In the form of grant, sir, not loan.
So now we move on to next question. Question number 75, brought by Sri Rupa Mara. Sri Kurmanchila, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, answer to start question number 75. A, yes, sir. B, 1, sir. The total number of household affected is 28. The names of the household affected by flash flood is as per statement placed in the table of the house. 2, sir. The quantity of immediate relief materials provided to the affected per household is as per statement placed in the table of the house.
Your supplementary, please, Mr. Rupamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Minister in charge whether any livestock were also affected and lost, whether people were also displaced due to the flash flood happened in 2024.
Livestock I have to check, sir. I have many notes here. Since the questioner have asked specific, so I have take it. But let me just have a look. Give me a second, sir. Where's Cow Hills? In this flood, sir, we don't have a report of crops, sir. So, no, sir. It's no, sir.
It has come to my knowledge that livestock were also lost during the flood. So, it was my question was very much related to the principal question. I asked about the flood affected households. So those households may have the livestock also. And I also put another question. Another question was also there, whether people were displaced or not.
Sir, livestock, as I've said, there is we don't have the information because as per the DC report, we have not received anything when it comes to livestock. So that's why I answered. My answer is no, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it shows that the department has not done a proper assessment of the damage of the flood. I'll go to another supplementary questions. Whether any financial assistance has been provided to the affected families or not?
It's provided in kind, sir, not in cash.
So may I know from the minister in charge, what is the exact amount provided to the affected households as financial assistance?
Sir, I have mentioned we have not provided financial assistance, but we have provided in kind, and the details has been laid in table of the house, sir. The materials all in kinds.
I thank the minister in charge for the reply, and I would also like to know whether government is taking any measures to minimize the effect of the flood in future in those areas.
Yes, sir. Actually, the government is on a pipeline. Now we'll come out with an online reporting system. This will be benefited to all the affected person or the district. It'll speed up all the matters, sir. So in a matters of few days, maybe a month, sir, we'll come out with an online reporting system.
Sir, I'll just supplement also to the answer given by the Honorable Minister, because it is about controlling flood, specifically, which is beyond the scope of the revenue and disaster management, in the sense that it is more related with water resources, with forest and environment, soil conservation. So, sir, in a nutshell, just to answer to the concerns of the Honorable Member, that multiple steps are being taken. Wherever we are able to have interventions, whether it is through the Water Resource Department or the Soil Conservation Department or the Forest Department, different measures have been taken at different areas. Of course, these are not 100% foolproof, because weather in these days is quite unpredictable. But large number of efforts are being made. And more importantly, so we are also working on weather forecasting mechanism combined with the new technologies and satellite imagery and other aspects from the new technologies that are available, based on which we are also trying to ensure that we are able to predict in advance any kind of major flash floods or cloudburst that possibly could be there, with a caveat that it's not always 100% that we'll be able to do that, but with advancing technology, we are in a position now to at least have some kind of weather warnings in most of the situations that we face. So yes, sir, steps are being taken to mitigate the entire impact of the floods and the heavy rains that we receive in the state of Meghalaya.
I still have.
Let him finish his supplementary.
May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, after how many days of the flood, the affected families or the households were provided with the relief materials or the assistance from the department?
Mr. Speaker, sir, actually the information has reached from the Deputy Commissioner is on the 11th of July 2024, and the relief has been provided on the 12th and 13th of July 2024. Just a matter of 2-3 days. Sir.
Okay. Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in view of the replies to supplementary, including the additional reply by the Honorable Chief Minister, now this mandate and the responsibility thereof of the Disaster Management Act 2005 is binding on every government, both union government and all the state governments, including union territories. And as part of our responsibility, the state has a robust, comprehensive state disaster management plan already adopted, which requires all the departments in the same line with Government of India. For Government of India, it's the line ministries, and in the states, it's the line departments. Every line departments will have to provide space for financing and also address all those issues pertaining to both prevention, mitigation, not just the relief. So may I know, therefore, from the Minister in charge, as per the requirement under the Act, what is the State Disaster Response Fund available with the state government under the appropriate that dedicated account, and also State Disaster Mitigation Fund. There are two funds. So may I know the amount?
I don't have the figure with me, sir, so I require notice for this particular question.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why this is important is that this fund which is available, this cannot be spent for anything else except related to natural calamity and which are governed by the Act. Now, there is a fund required to be placed at the state and also district. So district disaster management authority, of which the DCs are the chairman, they should have the state disaster response fund as well as the district disaster mitigation fund. That is the requirement of the law, and this is also governed by the robust, comprehensive state disaster management plan which we have adopted. You should be guided by that. So whether, therefore, from the perspective of seriousness of this nature, because this problem keeps on happening, and people have to wait for months and years to get any response in terms of the whatever supports are supposed to be made available to the flood-affected families. So may I, therefore, get a categorical assurance from the Minister in charge that this State Disaster Response Fund and State Disaster Mitigation Fund, also the District Disaster Response Fund and District Disaster Mitigation Fund will be placed at the appropriate authorities in the right earnest.
Sir, I'll just take this opportunity to also clarify that, of course, the full details are not there with us, but I can at least share with the House 2 points. Number one, sir, in the last 5 years, the funds that have been provided is close to 300 plus crores. Just last year alone, we spent about 71 crores for the disaster-affected areas. And yes, correctly mentioned by the LO, that there are these funds that are placed at the district level also. So 25 lakhs is given to the DC to have any kind of immediate response, which is again then topped up based on the different requirements that are there. At the same time, we are also working towards ensuring that we are able to also provide now. We have amended the rules we are allowing the deputy commissioners to also provide housing materials if necessary for the affected households. And funds, additional funds are being placed with the deputy commissioner. So this is being done because we saw the response from the people that people required immediate help for housing. And by the time the help would come, the sanction would take place, it would be 6 months to 1 year. And hence we have, apart from the general relief, which we call GR, that money being available with the deputy commissioners, we have also made additional funds available to the tune of 25 lakhs, where the DC, without taking prior approval from the department and from the government, can provide the CGI sheets to the households that are affected, which has now in fact been of great help. Last time also when there was a hailstorm, immediately within a matter of a week, the CGI sheets were provided to the different households. So therefore these steps are being taken. So as mentioned, it is already being done and sufficient fund is available at any given time with the deputy commissioners to take immediate and appropriate action. And so just to mention that the disaster response fund, as I said, was 322 crores and the state disaster mitigation fund was 81 crores in the last 5 years put together.
Speaker, sir. Then in the instant case, this is specific to this affected household in that particular area, where it has indicated that 28 households were affected. Is there any household wherein the dwelling house was either partially damaged or completely damaged, whether there is a report of any damage? And if so, whether assistance for the same has been provided?
Sir, again, I'll take the opportunity to reply. As mentioned, sir, we have replied in this question that the general relief was immediately given. Specific information about the house damage is not with me. Maybe Honorable Minister can reply if he does have that information. But wherever the houses are damaged, wherever partially or fully, there are norms that are there, and based on the norms that are given by the, as per the norms that we have, the houses are given the necessary relief if the damage is there. As per the information I have received, which I'd like to share with the House, that none of the houses were damaged in this particular case.
Okay, now we move on to next question. Question number 76, brought by Livingstone Karpran. Sri Shakler Waziri, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the reply to start question number 76. 1, sir, it is under consideration. 2, sir, it is under consideration. 3, sir, it is under consideration. 4, sir, it is under consideration. And 5, sir, it is under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge of Sport and Youth Affairs whether the concerned department has conducted survey and inspection to the project sites?
Sir, no, the survey has not been done. But like I said, since we have received the proposal, so the survey and estimates are yet to be done.
So when sir you will ask to conduct the surveys?
So I cannot assure or give you the right time of when the survey and estimates will be done, sir, because the Department of Sports, so we receive a lot of proposals. So there are thousands and thousands of proposals. So for me to give you the right, to give you a specific time would be wrong. But sir, then, but I assure the honourable member that survey and estimates will be done, sir.
So please consider that the survey should be conducted as early as possible.
Yes, sir. Like I've replied in the question that was asked, that it is under consideration.
Okay, now we move on to next question, question number 77, brought by the Leader of Opposition, Dr. Mukul M. Sangma. Shri Rakha Mesangma, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Speaker, sir, the question was small, but we are giving a quite long and detailed reply, sir. Sir, the status of Science and Commerce College Mawplang is as per below, sir. So number one, the project is being implemented by PWD building. So number two, the overall physical progress of civil construction work is 86%. So number three, the resettled date for completion of the project is March 2025. So number four, the government has conveyed approval for creation of 46 force. So number five, the preparation of plan estimate for the external electricity power supply, external power supply connection, and blacktopping and approach road are under process. So number two, so the status of Science and Commerce College Basaparam and the Gas is as per below, sir. So the project is being implemented by PWD building. So the overall progress is 66%. So the resettled date for completion of the project is March 2026. Sir. Number four, the government has conveyed approval of 46 for, sir. So number five, the plan and estimate for external power supply and external water supply connection and approach road are under process. Sir, number B. So the total amount of money sanctioned by the Government of India for the project Science and Commerce College Mawplang is 36.55 crore, which was released on 30/6/2017 with a funding pattern 90:10. Sir. So the total amount released by the Government of India for the project is 31.1685 crore. So the token money amounting to rupees 10 lakhs was released on 30/6/2017. So first installment amounting to 11 crore 06 crore was released on 1/11/18. Sir. So second installment amounting to 11.501 crore was released on 27/1/2024. So third installment amounting to 8.5075 crore was released on 8/10/2024. So B, the total amount of sanction by the Government of India for the project Science and Commerce College Basaparam is 36.31 crore on which was released on 30/6/2017 with a funding pattern of 90:10 ratio. Sir. So the total amount released by the Government of India for the project is 23.5274 crore. So number one, the token money amounting to 10 lakhs was released on 30/6/17. First installment amounting to 12.1 crore was released on 28/9/17. So second installment amounting to 18.027 crore was released on 25/4/23. However, during the financial year 23 and 24, the implementing agency utilized only 1.66 crore and the partial UC was submitted on 26/4/2024. The unutilized amount 16.36 crore was left due to the slow progress of works. So the third installment amounting 9.66 crore was released on 28/10/2024. Sir.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the very outset, let me bring it to the notice of this August House that this particular reply for A is incomplete. So may I request the Minister in the first instance to complete this reply, because A1 and A2, the question is pertaining to the status of both the colleges. Here, one is missing, the financial progress. You've given the physical progress, but the financial progress is missing.
May I get a question again, sir?
The question is incomplete because my question is very clear. The status of both the projects. Status, the Honorable Minister has indicated in his reply about the physical progress, overall physical progress. But what is the progress as far as the financial progress is concerned for both the projects?
So I have already stated, sir, the overall progress, physical progress is 86%, sir. And sir, the question was only for the physical progress, sir.
No, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reply is not complete. Physical progress and financial progress. This is how we usually refer to status of any project which is taken up, which is in the process of implementation.
Speaker, sir. So with respect to physical progress, sir, we have mentioned that the Mauphlan College is 86% and the Mahendra College is 66%, sir. So, however, the financial progress for the Mauphlan College is 94%, sir.
What about the other one?
Speaker, sir. Sir, and the financial progress for the Mahendra College is 70%, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the financial progress must commensurate to the physical progress vis-a-vis the below quantity. You know? So, may I know from the Honorable Minister in respect of his reply to B, the last one in respect of the Science and Commerce College L, it is Baksapara, not Basapara, may be corrected, Baksapara, Mahendraganj. Now, in regard to this, as far as Government of India is concerned, the token money is released in 10 lakhs of token money was released in 2017 in the month of June. And then the second installment of 12.1040 was released on the 28th of September 2017. Now may I know, therefore, from the Minister in charge, what is the total amount of money that has been paid to the contractor in both the cases?
Speaker, sir, that exact figure is not with me right now. So, sorry, I record notice, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I have asked this is because in his reply, it is reflected that the second installment amounting to 18.027 crore was released on the 25th of April 2023. However, during the financial year 2023-24, the implementing agency has utilized only 1.66 crore and partial utilization was submitted on the 26th of April 2024. Therefore, there needs to be a clarity about whether it was because of the non-payment of the bill which was submitted by the contractor, or the contractor was not able to submit the bill to that extent of which the physical progress was already completed.
Speaker, sir, this question, sir, it is because it is not a payment of the bill, so it's a contractor was very slow and the contractor could not do the work. Therefore, so the progress of work very, very slow and the implementing agency could not use the funds, sir.
Then in that case, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether any necessary steps, since every contractor is bound by certain provision as agreed upon in the agreement entered between the implementing agency and the contractor, whether any necessary steps as required was taken on the contractor concerned so that the program doesn't get derailed.
Speaker, sir, government is aware and we are very much serious, sir. Therefore, we want to complete the project at the earliest, sir. Therefore, government department has taken issued strong support to the contractor, and now, but the contractor has replied, citing various reasons for the delay. But now, sir, we are on the right track, and the progress of Baksapara, the Mandagan's work is very, very, very smooth. And
Baksalpara.
Yes, sir. I stand corrected, sir. So work is on very, very progress right now, sir.
Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from the Minister, what was the intent of the government to embark upon this particular important initiative? What was the intent?
Speaker, sir. Sir, the question of intent, the ambition, sir, everybody knows, sir, the science and the commerce courses will be there, sir, for the degree courses, and we are going to start from this academic, sir.
You see, why I put this supplementary? Because there's such a huge demand for enrollment. And our youth are being compelled to go outside the state. Also, resorting to, out of compulsion, getting admitted in private institutions. We wanted to ensure that the demand for enrollment, particularly in the science sector and commerce sector, is taken care of. Therefore, may I therefore get a categorical assurance from the government, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that all the necessary steps will be taken in that manner that the project is completed and the academic session starts at the earliest.
Speaker, sir, I have already assured the House that we are aware, sir, what the Honorable LO has said is very much true, sir. So we are the platform, the institutions in the state is not enough to cater the required number of demands of our students. Having said so, sir, we can know that from 2017, it's almost 7 to 8 years now. Therefore, sir, we want to start at the earliest, and therefore, sir, the step for the recruitment of the faculty member is on, sir. We have already advertised, and we want to place the faculty maybe in next after 1 month, and we want to start this academic in this current academic 2025 and 26, sir, in both Madagans and Mauplang Central Commerce College, sir.
So this is an assurance, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to thank the Minister.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Pa Adelbert, please.
So one supplementary to Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I didn't see anywhere mention about the, component hostel. Whether there is any component which having a separate hostel at the Mauplang Science Commerce.
Speaker, sir. Yes, sir, very much. Sir, both in the Mauplang College of Science and Engineering College, Science and Commerce College, and both Mauplang and the Madagan, sir. Sir, the component are the academic block, boys hostel, girls hostel, SOD quarter, principal quarter, lecturer quarter, staff quarter, auditorium, library and archive, and boundary walls, sir, in both the college.
Brester, please.
May I know from the Minister in charge of education, because just now he had assured us that the academic session will start soon this year. But then as per the reply, as far as the progress of work is concerned, especially in Baksapara, Mahendraganj, the rescheduled date of completion of the project is 31st March 2026.
Sir, so we have reviewed this at detail. I just want to add to the Honorable Minister's reply. That, sir, we are aware that the construction is taking more time than we had expected for multiple reasons. But we strongly felt, we debated this and discussed this in detail, we strongly felt that we must start the academic sessions because the students require the courses. And therefore, wherever the building has been completed, the classrooms will be fully made functional and interiors will be completed. And while the construction of the rest of the part is going on, we will start the classes so that students don't miss out this year also. Otherwise, we'll have to wait till next year. And even 1 year is very important. So therefore, given the limited space, whatever the building space is available, we will start the course, keeping in mind that the construction should continue and the building that part that has been completed, full infrastructure will be done and contractor will be pushed to finish the building, is being done in the interest of the students so that our students can start the courses. There will be slight inconvenience maybe for a year, but I think it's better than losing 1 year of academic courses for the students of that area.
Question hour is over. Now we come to item number 2. There is a short duration discussion brought by Sri Hevingstone Karpran, MLA, to raise a short duration discussion under Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business on a matter relating to the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program. Sri Hevingstone Karpran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, I rise today to raise a short duration discussion under the Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business on the matter relating to the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program, CMAHP. So I have two things to say on the matter. So I want to seek clarity and accountability regarding the implementation of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program, particularly with respect to the mode of selection of the members of the committee to oversee the scheme. So, this scheme, CMHAP, is very important initiative aimed at providing housing assistance to the people of Meghalaya, particularly from those economically weaker sections. However, concern has been raised regarding the transparency of selection process for members of the committee. So I have a few concerns. First, what are the criteria and process for selecting members of the CMHAP committee? Number two, sir, were all the relevant stakeholders consulted before formation of such committee? So number three, given the significance of this scheme, sir, in my block, Morkanang CRD block, we have 3 MLAs. Myself representing Morkanang Assembly constituency, then Honorable MLA from Nongkram, Badan Mila Msoimoy, representing Nongkram Assembly constituency, and third one, Bantidor Lengdo, representing Mognau constituency. Under my constituency, we have about 10 Kramspark circles, while at Nongkram constituency, they have 4 Kramspark circles, and Mokundrau has got 1 Kramspark circle. But while constituting this committee, I heard that they have constituted committee, but I am not aware. But none of us has been consulted before the constitution of this committee, sir. But I also do know that what is the role of this committee. I think I need that the government should issue some certain guidelines. So another thing is that, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the spirit of good governance and fairness, I urge upon the government that the MLAs should not be silent, sir. So, few things that I represent Morkanang constituency, I represent this New Shillong township, and so many things are going on there, so many developmental activities are going on. I appreciate the government for the good jobs, but I am not aware, I am not informed, sir. I am just a mute spectator, being the MLAs of that area. I am just a mute spectator. So at the same time, sir, I also request the government that not to sideline the MLAs, not only myself, like the MLA from Meghalaya also, while constituting constitution of this block level housing selection and nurturing committee, the MLAs, I feel that should be consulted, sir. So only things. Lastly, sir, I wish that that implementation of this scheme should be in a transparent manner, sir. And it is a few words, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Any other member who would like to participate? Yes, Baroni, please.
So I also rise to participate in this short duration discussion on Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program. So I had given proposal for the members to be included in this committee, but I've not received any information from the Honourable Minister why my proposal was rejected, and for no reason. I mean, I've not been given any reason why my proposal was rejected. And so if an MLA is, disregarded in this way, then I think so it will be very difficult for us to work for the interests of the people. So I request the Minister, my proposal that I had given in the year 23, now it's 25, it can be considered, it will go a long way in ameliorating the problem faced of people. Now we've been discussing about a lot of poor people, how to ensure that we support them, handhold them. And this is one way, sir, that we can support them. And if the Minister can consider, I'll be very, very grateful. And the people of Milam, or rather villages falling under Milam Sinadi block, would be very grateful to the Honourable Minister. So this is my submission, sir. I'd request a kind of assurance from the Minister to consider the proposal for the members to be included in this housing committee submitted by me, sir, in the year 2023.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Speaker, sir, I also rise to participate in this short duration discussion tabled by our Honourable Member from Morankning under the Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the August House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to be brief, as the whole purpose of this motion, I believe, is to draw the attention, particularly specific to certain perceived deficiencies in the matter of implementation. It will be in the fitness of thing for this August House to be well informed about the manner and the procedure adopted by the department for the implementation of this program. Public money for public good. And we appreciate this initiative because successive governments have embarked upon this initiative based on the felt need and demand of the people. We have many poor families across the state. Therefore, this project, this program, initiative is commendable, but at the same time, how we implement this program becomes crucial. The issue of transparency, issue of equitable benefit passed on to the citizens of the state, across the state, is how every scheme has to be formulated and guided. Now, during this August House, during this session only in the August House, we have heard the submission made by one of the honourable members from this August House pertaining to the indicated target and shortage. Whether it is a shortage or somehow this target were something which did not commensurate to the exact demand, exact sanction of the department concerned, is a matter of clarification which should be made by the department. I am referring specifically to the issue raised by honourable member from Mendipatha. So these are concerned. I think the same question comes to me also, because I don't know how many members of this August House are actually aware of the complete mode and manner in which this program is being implemented. I am not aware. I am not aware how many beneficiaries are there in my constituency or in my block or in my district, and the approach, the manner in which the program is implemented. And in absence of transparency, the issue of accountability becomes questionable. When there is no transparency, then there is possibility of tendency to for misappropriation, misutilization and corruption. Therefore, it will be necessary for this August House to know as to how many households and beneficiaries have been given this benefit, extended this benefit in the respective years in respect to last 5 years. Let this house be provided with this information as to how many beneficiaries, if there is a breakup available for block-wise, CNRD block-wise, and if there are also beneficiaries who were also recipient to these beneficiaries in the urban area, may this house be provided with all this information to ensure that there is complete transparency, and then everyone knows about who are the beneficiaries. And once we know the beneficiaries, then it provides us an opportunity to also verify. In absence of that, we will not know whether the beneficiaries who have been reflected as recipient of this program, whether they have received or not. Therefore, I would like to get this matter very clear. Let transparency and accountability, sense of responsibility towards accountability and transparency guide us in the matter of implementation of this program and every program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bob Brightstar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to take part in this short duration discussion brought by the Honorable MLA from Maureen by Livingstone Kharpran. Yes, the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program is one of the flagship program of the Government of Meghalaya, where the objective is to provide roofing materials to improve the existing house as well as durable dwelling house to people coming from low income. And as rightly mentioned and pointed out by the two honorable MLAs from Maureen and from Malim, in fact, even me as MLA of Meghalaya constituency, last year, I have also sent the proposal for the constitution of the block level housing selection and monitoring committee to the Honorable Minister, but then till date, I have not received any reply from the Minister concerned. So this is my concern, and I would also like to seek the assurance from the Honorable Minister to kindly take us into consideration as far as the implementation of this scheme in our respective constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members? Okay. Now, Minister in charge to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank the mover of this short duration discussion, by Livingstone Kharpran. And also I would like to thank Honorable Leader of Opposition, Dr. Mukulem Sangma, Honorable MLA Milim, Baroni Bilingdo, and also Mr. Brightster for participating in this discussion. So, Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program, within short, CMHAP. So if I had to recall, the department had earlier implemented the Rural Housing Scheme, which is called RHS, in which 3 bundles of corrugated galvanized iron CGI sheets were given as grant in aid to those who were able to construct their own house up to the roof level with their own resources. A total of 71,632 beneficiaries had benefited from this rural housing scheme earlier. However, the impact of the scheme was not satisfactory, as only few numbers of applicants were allotted per district, which is not justifiable to those who had to wait for years to get help through this scheme. And it was felt necessary to be more accommodating, keeping in mind the growing number of new families and of new receipts. And so, the government has decided to discontinue the scheme, and in its place, the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program, CMHAP, was introduced to replace the rural housing scheme. Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program was introduced in the year 2017 and implemented from the year 2017-18 onwards. The scheme covers both rural and urban areas of the state through CNRD block and urban municipality areas respectively. The target in each blocks and municipality urban area is determined on the basis of population, the number of households currently as per 2011 census, and income gap, socio-economic disparity. Objectives of CMHAP. The objective of Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program are: number one, to provide durable roofing materials to improve their existing houses to the economically weaker sections by providing 3 bundles of roofing materials to the selected beneficiaries. And number two, to provide dwelling houses to the low-income group families living in the state by granting financial assistance, that is 75,000 rupees only to each family. Objective number 2, eligibility criteria of beneficiaries. Sir, under Rule 5 of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program guidelines, beneficiaries should be: number 1, bona fide citizens of the state of Meghalaya; number 2, residing in stabilized villages; number 3, falling under the category of economically weaker section of the society; number 4, having a total annual income of 1 lakh duly certified by the appropriate authority; number 5, above 18 years of age; number 6, produce proof of residence, namely EPIC or any other related documents; number 7, own plot of land/house. Preference is given to the differently abled, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, senior citizens, other backward classes, minorities, single mother/widow, and other weaker and vulnerable sections of the society. Title under this scheme would be given as far as in the name of the woman. Number 2, identification of allottees. 1. As per Rule 6 of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program guidelines, the selection of beneficiaries is done by the respective committees. A. Block Level Housing Selection and Monitoring Committee, within short BLHSMC, in rural areas. B. Urban Level Housing Selection and Monitoring Committee, within bracket ULHSMC, in urban areas. The list of beneficiaries are then approved by the respective district housing committee, which are duly notified by the government as per guidelines of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program. Block Level Housing Selection and Monitoring Committee and Urban Level Housing Selection and Monitoring Committee, as per the Rule 7 of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program guidelines, a block level housing selection and monitoring committee shall be constituted by the government of Meghalaya in each of the community and rural development block of the state. The committee shall be constituted comprising of the following members. 1. A non-official chairperson of the block level housing and selection monitoring committee to be nominated by the government. 2. Block development officer of the respective block as member secretary. 3. 5 members to be nominated, of which at least 2 members should be traditional head and 1 woman representative. 4. Assistant engineer/junior engineer of the respective CNRD block. As per Rule 7A of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program guidelines, Urban Level Housing Selection and Monitoring Committee shall be constituted by the Government of Meghalaya in each of the urban areas of the state. The committee shall constitute the following members. Number 1, a non-official chairperson of the Urban Level Housing and Selection Monitoring Committee to be nominated by the government. 2, district housing officer/inspector of housing as member secretary. 3, chief executive officer CEO of the respective municipal offices as member. 4, 5 members to be nominated, of which at least 2 members should be women representative. 5, assistant engineer/junior engineer of the respective municipal board offices. District Housing Committee. As per Rule 10 of the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program Guidelines, there shall be a district housing committee with Deputy Commissioner of the respective district as chairman, and consisting of the following members, which will be notified by the government from time to time as indicated below. This Deputy Commissioner of the concerned district as chairman. 2. District Housing Officer / Inspector of Housing as member secretary. 3. District Planning Officer for all BDOs of the respective district / CEOs of the concerned municipality. 5. Junior Engineer Housing of the concerned district. 6. The committee may invite experts as required to assist in its meetings. Mode of implementation of CMHAP. As per Para 2.1, Para 11.2 and Para 11.3 of the CMHAP guidelines, Para 11A1, the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program scheme will be implemented in all the districts of Meghalaya through the respective Deputy Commissioner Housing, District Housing Officer. Para 11.2, Para 11.2, the target is fixed by the Director of Housing based on the budget allotment for each year. Para 11.3, the applications in prescribed printed form should be submitted to the respective block development officer according to the time frame to be fixed by the government from time to time, along with EWS income certificate. Target and achievement under Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program since inception till 2023-24. Thus, currently the department is providing only the first component, providing aluminum roofing sheets that is 8 feet and 9 feet long of 0.45 mm thickness to the economically weaker section beneficiaries based on the target in each CNRD block and urban municipality area. Till that year-wise target under CMHAP in the CNRD and municipality urban area who have benefited from all the districts since inception of CMHAPR. Year-wise, serial number 1, 2017-18, sanction was 5 crores, utilized 5 crores. 2018-19, sanction was rupees 5 crore 50 lakhs and utilized by 5 crore 50 lakhs. And 3, serial number 3, 2019-20, sanction was 3 crore 50 lakhs and utilized by 3 crore 50 lakhs. In these 3 years fund were utilized together. The fund of 2017-18 to 2021 was clubbed together and utilized along with the fund of 2020-2021. Number 5, 2021-22, fund allocated was 50 crore, and 2022-23 fund allocated was 163 crore. The funds were fully utilized. Serial number 7, 2023-24, the fund sanction was 70 crore and it was utilized fully. Serial number 8, 2024-25, the fund allocated is 70 crores but could not implement sanction of the fund received on the 7/8/2024. The fund is not utilized as the matter is sub judice with the Honorable Meghalaya High Court. Hence, the scheme is being kept on hold. So, total 387 crore has been sanctioned in this regard and utilized is 317 crores. Currently, the second component of the scheme is not being implemented. However, the financial assistance, 75,000 only was provided for dwelling houses to the low-income group families for the 130 beneficiaries under Southwest Garo Hills District, Ampati, only during 2017-18. 100 for Beta Singh CNRD block and 30 for Damalgiri CNRD block. Speaker, sir, I would like to state that in this August House, that the department is at the moment trying its level best to understand the obstacles and to bring out better ways to implement new ideas to improve its functioning. The department is preparing itself and are open to new ideas with better methods to accomplish its goals. Also keeping in mind the interests of the poor and needy of the state to continue with its service to provide decent houses and be an instrument to help uplift the lives and dignity of the poor. With changing times, the department is also geared to adapt to an environment where development is in sync with the demands of the day, like sustainability, viability, environmentally friendly approach for the benefit of the citizens. I am hopeful that this pursuits through housing department will benefit our people in both rural and urban areas. So with these words, I stand here with a hope and a vision that our schemes would be implemented effectively. Sir, with regard to the request made by honorable members, I would like to mention here that the implementation of this particular scheme, if a detail is required, I can place on the table of the House block-wise, which is very clear. I can place on the table of the House. And to inform honorable members that all the blocks have been notified. Most of the blocks have been notified with the members. There are 55 blocks and 40 have been notified. And there are 6 municipality areas. 5 have been notified. Only 1 municipal area is left. Probably the honorable members' request I could not entertain because the committee has already been notified. So, which is why I could not entertain. But otherwise, all the blocks are getting, and all the blocks are, beneficiaries are spread to all the blocks of the states. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Yeah, you may seek one clarification, please.
Since I heard the reply of the Minister in charge, very good, that as the scheme is being implemented and we get more and more enlightened about the benefit and also the likely benefit which can be further amplified. So now we have, I think almost every member of this August House are providing this support for the housing, because roof over the head. So in view of that need to somehow look at a new approach and induction of innovation in respect of implementation of this program, may I suggest to the government that since we have this PMAY and other housing programs, that this support be converged in order to further amplify whatever fund is being provided under various programs, particularly that PMAY. So may I submit before the August House, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this matter may be examined so that it will amplify the effort of the government. And I think it is only in the fitness of things, I think government can study this.
We'll examine the matter, sir.
Yeah, Baroni, you can.
Just as the Honourable Minister said that he has notified, may I know, do MLAs have any say in proposing the name for constituting of this committee? If not, then who has proposed the names as far as Malayam Sunadi block is concerned?
No, Speaker, sir, we have already notified this when the proposal came to my notice that I have already approved the committees. So probably before your submission of the proposal, maybe I have approved the committees. So that is why, that is the reason probably why your application could not be entertained.
Carpran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also thank the Minister in charge of Housing for the reply. So the same concern as raised by Honorable MA from William, that as far as city block monitoring is concerned, we also have submitted the names long time ago, sir, but not yet notified. I don't know whether notified or not.
I've only mentioned, sir, almost all the blocks are notified. Only few are left. I think the information is not here with me, which are the block particularly, which has not been notified. I can examine that matter. But otherwise, almost all the blocks have been notified. Even the urban areas also have been notified. Only one urban area, that is Bakmara, I remember, is left for notification, sir.
Yeah.
At least-
No, only one clarification, please. Thank you. Now we come to item number 3, motions. Discussion on motion number 2, brought by Ronnie B. Lingdo, MLA. The other day, Dr. Mukul Sangma, leader of opposition, had concluded his speech on the motion number 2. But 2 other honorable members have also given their names for participation in this motion. Sri Nujorki Sungo MLA and Sri Rupert Momon MLA. I will first call Sri Nujorki Sungo MLA to take the floor. 15 minutes will be allotted for you to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would also like to rise and take part in this very important motion that was tabled on the floor of the House by Sri Ronnie V. Lingdo, MLA. Under the caption, this House to now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. Sir, I will not take much of the time, sir, because most of the point has already been discussed by the member who already spoke before me. So, sir, first of all, I would like to point out, sir, that as of now, livestock farming is one of the, people take it as one of the alternative so that they can improve their economic activities, sir. We have seen, sir, now especially in the rural area, most of the people, they start engaging themselves in livestock farming. And I'm very happy to see, sir, in the rural area, especially now, even the young people, they start engaging themselves in livestock farming, sir. And through the intervention of our Honorable CM, the launching of so many programs, such as picketing mission, poultry mission, milk mission extra, we have seen that so many registered society came out, sir, with the hope that they will get some assistance from the government so that they can improve their economic activities, sir, in economic livelihood, sir. So, however, sir, I would like to come straight to the point, sir, the problem that are being faced by the livestock farmer. And number one is that, sir, as we have seen recently, there's one surprise inspection that was being done by the Meghalaya Poultry Farmers and Welfare Association. There was one surprise checking, sir, which they conduct recently, and it appeared in the social media also, where they checked the vehicle that was coming all the way from Assam and West Bengal, sir, bringing a large quantity of chicken. So this is a matter of concern, sir, because all of this chicken that was being brought from Assam, from West Bengal, they were being brought into our state without any proper document, without any proper checking, sir. And when they stop this vehicle, and when they conduct the inspection, sir, it is strange to see that there's no kind of any fitness certificate, there's no kind of any document that is being provided from the farm or from the veterinary department, sir. So they are just bringing this chicken without any kind of document, certificate that it is safe for consumption. It is a matter of concern, sir, because some of this chicken that were being brought, I heard from the complaints, sir, that this chicken that were being brought to Meghalaya, some of them they weigh within 1 kg, sir. 1 kg or 1 kg, maybe 1.2 grams, sir. So I for once was a poultry farmer, sir. So the advice that we got from the doctor, from the veterinary doctor, they insist us that if we want to sell a chicken, especially a broiler chicken, sir, we should wait at least for 42 to 45 days, sir. And by this time, the weight of the chicken will touch to around 2.5 kg, sir. And by this point of time, as per the instruction, they said that it is safe for consumption. But as of now, those chicken that were being brought from outside the state, they were less than 1.5 kg, sir. So this is a matter of concern, and I would like to ask the department to correct me if I'm wrong with regard to this. And also, sir, the problem number 2 that were being faced by the livestock farmer, and that is the feed, sir, the rising cost of feeds in the state. Sir, I have seen with my own eyes so many of the livestock farmers who were engaging themselves in this profession. They had a large quantity of pig, chicken, cows, etc. So the problem that they're facing, and they keep complaining time and again, is the rising cost of feed, sir. Especially, they face this problem during winter time. In the rural areas, sir, especially in the summer time, feed is not one of the major concerns, sir, because there's so many grass growing in and around the garden. We plant so many vegetables, so many fruits that is available. So with this fruits, with this grass, we used to collect and we used to feed the pig and the chicken that we have in our garden, sir. But once winter time comes, sir, it is very difficult for the farmers, for the livestock farmers, to feed their cow, their chicken, and their pigs, sir, because by this time all the grass are dead. There's no more fruit. Vegetables are very few. So their only option is to buy the costly feed, sir. And once they buy this costly feed, it costs them a huge amount of money. And if they feed their livestock for the whole year with this, with this feed that was available in the market, they will not get any profit, sir. But luckily, during summertime, grass, fruits, vegetables available in the garden. So in the summertime, they feed them with this grass. And only in winter time, they feed with the pig feed or the chicken feed, sir. And in the process, they get a small margin of profit. So, sir, what I would like to request from my side, if possible, sir, from the government side, we have seen the active intervention of our Honorable CM, sir, to launch so many programs with a hope to improve the economic livelihood of the farmers, livestock farmers. So what I would like to request from my side, sir, since we have launched so many programs, we have invested crores and crores of rupees to encourage our farmers to engage themselves in livestock farming. So, sir, what I would like to suggest from my side, if possible, apart from spending crores and crores of rupees in launching this program, if we could consider, sir, to give subsidies for the feeds, for the costly feed that was there in the market, sir. This is what I would like to suggest, sir, because if we can subsidize the feeds, I know it will really help the livestock farmers, sir. Such as, say we take the case of agriculture sector, sir. The government used to provide subsidies for the fertilizer that was used by the farmer to grow their rice or paddy fields, sir, in the paddy fields, sir. So in the same case, sir, what I would like to suggest, if it can be considered from the government side, sir, we can subsidize the feeds that was there in the market so that we can help the farmers. And once we subsidize the feeds, sir, I know that the farmers will get the benefit to the maximum, sir. Because as of now, most of the complaint that we get in and around the state, sir, it is with regard to the rising cost of the feeds, which we used to feed the livestock, sir. So, sir, this is what I would like to, the point that I would like to raise at this point of time, sir. So, with a request to the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to kindly consider, if this can be considered, sir, to keep subsidized to the feeds that the livestock farmers require in the state, sir. With this very few submissions, sir, I would like to thank you once again, and I resume my seat, sir.
Okay. Now I call upon Mr. Rupert Moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity that you allow me to take part in this very important issue brought by Baroni Bilingdo, MLA from Milim. This House do now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle, and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. Sir, this is a very important issue, and I would like to put forward some suggestion. Livestock are the domesticated animals raised in an agriculture setting in order to provide labor, reduce diversification products of consumption such as meat, eggs, milk, fur, leather, and wool. Mr. Speaker, sir, after the neighboring state banned cattle transportation and the meat, a lot of pressure came to our state. But I take this as a good opportunity for our farmers, such as we can engage, we can focus in this field. Why? Because we have many grazing fields and dry land to keep the cattle in our area. Yes, when I travel through Nongstoin, I could see some of the hill slope and West Garo Hills and a part of North Garo Hills plant belt, that I could see some of the good places to graze the cattle. Sir, if we can focus on this field, it will be great help for the farmers in the rural area. Last month, some of the listed beneficiary for the cattle, they asked me that the lease has been given to block, but after 1 year also, nothing happened, that the cattle has not come, and the beneficiaries are time and again coming and asking. And that is through the CM Elevate, they got the list. Some of the beneficiaries from Kharkuta block, they are looking for this particular scheme to get from the state government through the CM Elevate. Another important issue that Honorable Chief Minister and the state government, they introduced so many livestock mission, like figgery mission and milk mission and so on and so forth. But I feel that to success this program, we need the help of the domesticated animal. So, for example, hospital and dispensary and a veterinary aid center, I could see all around our state. It's a very pathetic condition. Last MDA 1, our farmers got lots of pig and chicks, but when they keep in their home, when the domesticated animal is sick, they visit to the hospital, veterinary aid center, and dispensary. But the equipment that we have in our area is very, very poor. Rather, we are not getting anything, any help from the veterinary aid center or dispensary. So my suggestion is that if we want to have a successful in this mission, we should have equipped staffs with medicines, so as to farmer will get help in this very important field, very important scheme. Regarding infrastructure, all the hospital and veterinary aid center are very pathetic condition. I could see all around North Garu Hills, like Karkuta, Mendima, Rishubelpara. All the veterinary aid center and dispensary are not equipped as we need today. So my suggestion to the department and the government, if we want to success in this mission, milk mission and cattle mission and piggery mission, we need to equip veterinary and hospital all around our state. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now may I call upon Charles Mangner, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in the motion moved by Ronnie Wheelingdon. This House do now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle, and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. I will not take much time, sir, just 2-3 minutes. The biggest problem of piggery farming is the death of pigs due to the African swine fever disease, sir. As per the test result of pig tissue sample dated 10/05/2023. Sir, actually, I'm very happy to see that the government of Meghalaya has several pigs-related schemes, including the piggery mission, the Meghalaya piggery development schemes, and also the rural backyard piggery schemes. But, sir, the African swine fever disease is a highly contagious disease that affected pigs. Until today, sir, there is no approved vaccine for African swine fever in the state of Meghalaya. We are all aware of this, sir. If the government of Meghalaya continue the distribution of piglets and scheme to the farmers. Without any prevention, it will be again a great loss to the farmers and also to the state government. Sir, I have one suggestion, sir. My suggestion is, as I have said, if the government of Meghalaya continue the distribution of piglets and schemes, revise standard operating procedure SOPs for transportation of live pigs to Meghalaya should be there, sir. This is one of my suggestions. And suggestion number 2, sir, 24/7 of police and doctors should be deployed at the border livestock checkposts for health check-up of pigs and verification of health certificate issued by competent authority in the origin state. This is my second suggestion. And also, sir, as my colleague MLA has mentioned, I would also request the government and especially our Honorable Chief Minister to also take any steps for the rising cost of feed for the benefit of our farmer in the state as a whole. With these few submissions, sir, I once again request the government and the Honorable Chief Minister for your kind intervention with regards to the poultry, cattle and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. With these few words, I once again thank you, sir. And with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request the Honourable Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the very outset, I would like to thank the Honourable Member Baroni Willingdo for having brought this motion. This House do now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. I also would like to thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition, our Honourable Member from Meghalaya constituency, our Honourable Member from Karkutta constituency, and our Honourable Member from Mohati constituency for having participated in this very important motion. So the veterinary department, animal husbandry and veterinary department is entrusted with the responsibility of all aspects of livestock and poultry development in the state, like production, processing, marketing of livestock and poultry, and their products through augmentation of production of milk, of meat, egg, etc., and also with the animal health care and prevention of animal diseases, creation of suitable infrastructure for breeding, feeding, and management of livestock and poultry, processing of milk, meat, egg, marketing of livestock and livestock products. Besides this, the department is also engaged in providing the required training and extension support to livestock producers so as to promote scientific rearing of livestock and poultry amongst them, with consequent generation of employment avenues in the rural areas. So in the animal husbandry sector, schemes of far-reaching effects like intensive cattle development project, Indo-Danish project, cross-breeding schemes, fodder development, piggery development, sheep and goat development, and poultry development have been implemented. The department is having 13 poultry farms, 13 pig farms, 4 cattle breeding farms, and 1 buffalo farm. So these farms are supplied with improved breeding stock to take up livestock and poultry farming and to substantiate their income and augmenting the production of meat, milk and eggs. So in terms of the cattle development, there is an integrated program for cattle development, which includes breeding and management practices. And the main objective of the scheme is to enhance milk production in the state by upgrading the local stock through cross-breeding and by adopting improved breeding practices by means of artificial insemination. 4 cattle breed farms were established in the state with exotic breeds like Jersey and Holstein Friesian for maintenance of superior germplasm and production of inputs for supply to farmers. A buffalo farm at Songsak is functioning with Mura breed, and intensive care development projects in Shillong and Tura are also being undertaken. 5,651 numbers of improved calves were produced during the year in different areas of the state through artificial insemination programs implemented under these schemes. During the year 2023-24, 19,533 artificial inseminations were carried out in the state to produce improved calves for augmenting milk production. So in terms of poultry, the objective of the scheme is to meet the requirement of breeding stock, table and hatching eggs. This also aims at improving the local breed by distribution of improved breeds. As mentioned, 13 poultry farms have been established with the purpose of demonstration and production. So under the poultry development schemes, Number one, under the Rural Backyard Poultry, which is a state scheme, 2,000 number of beneficiaries have benefited and over 1 lakh birds have been supplied. Under the Rural Backyard Poultry National Livestock Mission, 1,648 beneficiaries have benefited, with 82,400 birds being supplied. And scheme for distribution of automatic egg incubators, number of automatic incubators, 8,329 numbers have been supplied. And number of LIT, broiler eggs, 3,99,792 numbers have been supplied. So for piggery development, which is of course one of the most important species among the small animal in the state, pig rearing is also one of the most common occupations with the tribal people of the state. So the sustainability of the climate, fondness to pork among major sections of the state, and availability of good market for pork provides a great possibility and opportunity for the development of this industry in our state. So under this program, 15 pig farms have been established and large number of farmers are being supported through this particular program. Under the Rural Backyard Piggery Mission, under the state scheme, 10,637 numbers of beneficiaries have benefited. Under the National Livestock Mission, 6,003 beneficiaries have benefited. And under the Meghalaya Piggery Mission, total of 367 numbers of cooperative societies have benefited. In terms of feed, sir, 5 fodder demonstration farms and 2 seed production farms have been established in the state to help in meeting the large demand and requirement of fodder and fodder seeds. These farms produce 2,451.71 tons of fodder, which is the number for the year 2023-24. So apart from these, different vocational training programs have also been undertaken in different parts of the state. We have different vocational training centers that have been established in different regions of the state. And during the year, 7,835 farmers were given training at the vocational training centers in Khasi Hills and Garo Hills. Sir, even under the CM Elevate program, 1,355 numbers of beneficiaries were given 4.35 crores for piggery development scheme. 454 beneficiaries who had been approved, but sanction was made for 55 till now. About 1.37 crores has been given for poultry development schemes, and approval for dairy development schemes for 132 beneficiaries has also been approved. And in the coming days, many more beneficiaries will be supported through the CM Elevate program. Sir, under the centrally sponsored schemes of the National Livestock Mission, there are majorly 4 schemes that are being implemented. One is the submission on livestock development. Second is the submission on pig development in Northeast region. Third is the submission on feed and fodder development. And fourth is the submission on skill development and technology transfer. So regarding the different concerns that were raised by the honorable members, in my effort to try and give some clarity to those issues, so the feed and the fodder issue has been discussed in detail today, and as mentioned correctly by all the members, it is a major issue where different steps are being undertaken to improve and to increase the overall production of feed in the state, while the challenge is still very high. As mentioned, sir, under the National Livestock Mission, we have a component for feed and fodder development, and different projects are being undertaken. At the same time, sir, a feed manufacturing unit of 5 metric tons per hour at Ampati, Southwest Garo Hills, to supply livestock and poultry feed at a cheaper rate is currently under construction. A feed mill in Mendipatar with a capacity of 150 metric tons per day at an estimated project cost of 65 crores has also been proposed to Government of India for funding, and we are awaiting the sanction of that particular project, and continuous follow-up is being done. At the same time, sir, sir, even through the, as I said, the National Livestock Mission, we have taken up various programs so that we are able to increase the feed and fodder development, the focus on increasing both production and productivity of fodder. Sir, some of the members had raised different concerns on the movement of the livestock, and the honourable member had mentioned from Mokoya had mentioned about the movement where some checks were made by certain organizations. And just to share with the honourable member that there are, of course, limitations for the department to directly put up check gates or testing gates at different entry points. But of course, there are certain acts of the Government of India which allow animal shelters to be put up, and along with the police department, different locations where these animals can be then randomly tested to see whether they meet the necessary standards or safety or not. And there is, of course, a discussion and a proposal to set up 2 of these animal shelters, one in Ribhoy district and another one in West Garo Hills district for a start. Sir, at the same time, there was a proposal for putting up or proposing subsidy to be given for feed. Yes, sir, this is a very positive proposal. We will examine this matter. As mentioned, sir, the question depends, of course, on the availability of resources and the cost that will be incurred. So therefore, this is something that we will examine, but it may not be possible for me to give a commitment and an assurance in the House. But on the larger perspective, we will be focusing more on ensuring that we are able to increase the overall production of feed in the state as a whole. So also there were concerns regarding the 4 different centers that we have, the 126 sub-centers, the 46 first aid centers, and other 4 larger centers in the state, which is not really a hospital, but has got more facilities compared to the sub-centers. Yes, sir, there is need to invest furthermore in the infrastructure and also the manpower in these areas, like we have done, and we have worked towards improving the infrastructure and the machines and equipments and medicine supply and the manpower in the government sub-centers, CHCs and PHCs and hospitals. Similarly, sir, the exercise for this also has started in a smaller scale, and we are aware about this issue, and all steps possible will be undertaken to ensure that we are able to improve the overall facilities in these centers, because as we move towards increasing our livelihood opportunities for the people through this, as we move forward to increase the production in our state, without the support of these centers and different veterinary and other kind of medicine supply, it will not be possible for us to move forward in a smooth manner towards the target that we have. So this plays a very critical and important role in ensuring that we are able to provide that boost to this entire sector as a whole. And therefore, this is definitely a very positive suggestion, and definitely, so we are going to examine it in the best and the most positive possible way to take forward these issues. Also, there were some points mentioned by our honorable member from Mohati also regarding the need to take care of different kind of very, very critical diseases that are prevalent in the African swine fever. That was something that affected a large number of farmers. Of course, and the flu also, which is something that, of course, did not affect us at all the times. The fever was the one that was there. But as a government and as a administration, we have to be ready to ensure that we are able to tackle these situations. And all efforts will be made from our side as a government and as a department to ensure that we are ready, and at the same time we minimize the issues and the effects of this kind of the diseases that are today coming up, especially keeping in mind the climatic conditions and the change in the weather patterns, which is also in a way responsible for the different diseases that is affecting the livestock in our state and throughout the country and the world as a whole. So, sir, I also would like to add at this point in time that the main concern, as I said, of this motion, as mentioned by the honorable member from Milliam constituency regarding the rising cost of feed. Sir, we are aware of this issue, and as I said, efforts at multiple levels are being made to maximize the production of feed within our state so that we are able to provide this to our farmers at a much reasonable rate. But yes, it is a big challenge for us, but we will put in all our efforts to ensure that we are able to meet the needs and the demands and the requirements of our farmers. So, sir, once again, thanking all the members for participating in this particular motion, and with some of the clarifications that I have given, I hope I have been able to address some of the concerns of the honorable members. And with these clarifications, once again thanking the members, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you very much, sir.
Discussion on motion number 2 is now closed. Now we will take up motion number 3.
Just little clarification, sir.
Oh, I have already closed it. Anyway.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for the exhaustive reply. Because, sir, why I brought this, it'll be a win-win situation for both the government and the people, sir. Because a large outflow of capital is going out because we are importing a lot of these, livestock for consumption and for other things also, sir. Now, sir, if this can be taken care of, yes, I understand the Honorable Chief Minister said, fund constraint and all that. But, sir, if you look at the larger picture, so a large outflow of capital is, there's a large outflow of capital, so because we are importing a lot of this. And if this, sir, it'll be a win-win situation. For example, now families, they supplement their income. For example, mainly agriculture is their main income, source of income. So to supplement their income, they take up these other activities like poultry, piggery, cattle farming and all. So, sir, if this can be considered, it'll go a long way in preventing outflow of capital. And at the same time, we increase the production, of, good hygienic food for consumption. Because when it is raised locally, sir, our people are still simple. They do not resort to any, to ensure that the cattle or the pig or the poultry, they use other substances to, ensure that, they grow very fast. So our people are still simple. They resort to, fair means to ensure that, they raise their cattle in a hygienic way and not using any other medication and all. So, sir, I would request the Chief Minister to consider this angle so that we can, motivate people to increase, the rearing of pig, poultry and cattle, sir. And I would like to thank the Chief Minister again because a lot of intervention to help the people. I would request again to ensure, look at this also seriously, sir. Thank you.
So I have noted down the suggestions, and it's a very valid suggestion. So there's no doubt, as he correctly said, it's a win-win situation where we are able to take care of the needs and also create opportunities of livelihood and employment for our youngsters and for our people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Discussion on motion number 2 is now
Speaker,
closed.
sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. A point of order under Rule 300 with reference to Rule 132 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, all of the honorable members who have submitted to table motion under the relevant rule 131 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business have set for balloting and have been accordingly indicated of the motions admitted in order to be taken up. Now, I have received a letter which was addressed to me which informed me that the motion has been disallowed. The letter reads like this. With reference to the subject cited above, I am to inform you that the motion submitted by you on 21st February 2025 pertaining to the acute problem being faced by its citizens due to unregulated traffic with special reference to road safety and traffic congestion has been disallowed by the Honorable Speaker as the subject matter is sub judice in the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya in PIL number 17 of 2021 as per information received from the Deputy Chief Minister by DOHPL 82/2025/4 dated 4th March 2025, signed by Commissioner Secretary. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are well aware of this particular provision of the rule, but again, there is a proviso. There is a proviso, which I will just read the proviso at Rule 132. Provided that the Speaker may, in his discretion, allow such matter being raised in the House as is concerned with the procedure or subject or stage of inquiry, if the Speaker is satisfied that it is not likely to prejudice the consideration of such matter by the statutory tribunal, statutory authority, commission, or court of inquiry. Now, here in the instant case, in fact, I have not moved my special motion because we wanted to move this motion also. Very relevant motion which is concerning the problem being faced by the people, which is of urgent in nature. And the question here is, I think, only the traffic congestion. The PIL refers to only the traffic congestion vis-a-vis Shillong City. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think I can, from my perspective, keeping in sync with this proviso of this particular Rule 132 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, we can avoid that particular thing. But there are also other important issues which we would like to flag before the August House through this motion, and it will be only appropriate for us, since there are certain concerns pertaining to road safety and other areas of the state which is beyond the boundary of urban habitation, beyond the boundary of Shillong. So therefore, I make this submission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to invoke this proviso of the Rule 132 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business and allow me to move this motion in a brief submission.
You may move to the motion, but after all this motion listed for today is finished. Because you say now...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, see, I think the ruling from the Honorable Speaker, he already given and communicated to the Honorable LO, being the mover of that particular motion. So, sir, for this instance, I would like to say that maybe in the next session, in future, I think the office of the Honorable Speaker can examine it properly. But at this juncture, you're saying that you will admit it after all these motions pending is disposed of. I think that's, I don't know, sir, my opinion is, my humble submission to you is, so let this particular motion be closed since the ruling of the Honorable Speaker has been already given on that, in that letter itself, sir.
Exactly, that is what I want to...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think Honorable Member, Honorable Deputy CM will appreciate the fact that the issue concerned is of utmost importance in the interest of the public. And there are areas of concern which we would like to flag before the government, which will be completely out of the one which is within the purview of the PIL. That's why we understand why this particular letter has been written by the Honorable Deputy CM to the Honorable Speaker, and because usually I should have also called, I should have also been called. I could have had a discussion and said that okay, because this proviso is there, that's why. If this proviso is not there, then I can say that okay, done. But then even if this is taken up after all the motions are disposed of, I think it's okay, because it may not come also. But then it'll be in the process of thing if it is allowed.
Sir, if I may, sir, as mentioned by the LO, the matter is obviously of great importance to all of us. And we've been talking about this many, many times. Sir, our simple point is from the point of procedure only, sir. That since the LO has mentioned that there is a proviso on the basis of which the Speaker has already given his decision, sir, that he will not allow. So the question of us discussing that doesn't make much of difference at this point in time because the Honorable Speaker has already given his decision and communicated to the Commissioner and Secretary. But, sir, there are many platforms and options today in this budget session, whether it is through the Governor's debate, whether it is through the budget's debate, whether it's through the cut motion on the demand for grants. The Honorable Leader of Opposition can always, there's a cut motions that will come up in the demand for grants. So there's enough option to raise this issue, but on technical grounds, as mentioned, the motion was not permitted by the Honorable Speaker. And I think for us to discuss about that in the absence of the Speaker is futile because it was a decision that was made by him and he has already communicated that decision to the Honorable LO, sir. So this is my view also, sir, but of course the decision lies with yourself and by the Honorable Speaker, sir.
I would like to bring to the notice of the Honorable LO that Rule 26, Sub-Rule 3, no business not included in the list of business for the day shall be transacted at any meeting without the leave of the Speaker. So you may submit your motion in the next session, but today, since it is not listed in the list of the business for today, I will not allow you to move. So we
Speaker,
move on
sir,
to,
but I think I would have appreciated if this particular issue would have been taken up in the right
yes,
minutes.
no doubt
At
it
least
is.
if this is being allowed, I will, anyway, I will take it up through different provisions of the rule.
Please do.
But I thank you for your initial ruling.
So now the discussion on motion number 2 is closed. Now we'll take up motion number 3. Sri Director Lingdo Tongkar MLA may kindly move the motion. This House do now discuss the need to provide comfort care treatment facilities to patients in the government hospital. Sri Director Tongkar MLA may move, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. I beg, sir, to move that this House do now discuss the need to provide comfort care treatment facilities to patients in the government hospitals.
Motion move. You may initiate the discussion, please.
Sir, I'm very happy that this motion came in this session today. Even though I tried to brought this same motion in the last session, but it could not come. So you may surprise why this subject is so important to me and why I tried to bring, even though it doesn't come in the last session, but I decided to try this session again. And I must thank the Assembly Secretariat for allowing this motion to be taken up today. Sir, I may not be a right person to speak on this subject, but I'm happy that in front of me we have got many doctors, we have got medical doctors, specialist doctors with us in this ACOS House, and it will be very, very good for the benefit of this ACOS House and the people in the state at large if medical doctors can participate, if they wish to participate, to bring more light on this motion. Sir, people may think, and we members also may think, what is this comfort care treatment? And most of us, we don't want even to discuss, and we don't want to avail this service or this comfort, because it speaks about the end of our life to get such kind of comfort. So we don't want, but the fact is that everybody will have to pass through this at the end of our life. Even though we don't want, but we will have to experience this at the end of our life. Sir, if I look to some dictionary, who explained about this comfort care. Different dictionary may say different words, but one dictionary which I would like to read out here, it says that comfort care treatment is the comfort care treatment include physical care, emotional care, social care, and spiritual support for patients and their families. The goal of comfort care is to control pain and other symptoms so the patients can be as comfortable as possible. Comfort care may include palliative care, supportive care, and hospice care. This is the dictionary, sir. Sir, talking about the comfort care treatment, we understand that it requires to those patients who are facing chronic diseases and to the patients where they are struggling between life and death. There are times that doctors feel the need to disclose to the relatives that this patient, it is not possible to cure anymore, and we find it very difficult to have hope to cure these patients. There are times that doctors they felt the need to disclose the stage of the patients to their relatives. And we know when such information comes to the loved ones, to the relatives, to the attendants, we understand the emotion of the attendants, of the loved ones, of the patients at that point of time, sir. And most of the time, the patient, the relatives or the attendants, when such information came to their knowledge, what they do, most of the relatives, especially the poor people, the poor family, they opt to take the patient back home. When such information has been brought to them, that this patient, it is not curable anymore. So the poor families, of course I'm not talking here about the rich families, where we can afford better treatment, to go to a private hospital, to spend in a private room, and to get all the facilities that is available in the hospital. But I want to discuss here about the poor family who cannot afford such facilities. And I am really concerned about the poor family, poor patients, and maximum of the patients who are there in government hospitals, sir. It is poor families. It is the patient who come from poor families. So we understand, sir, when such information brought to them, what they do, most of the time, they decide to take the patient back home. And we can understand one thing, that in a poor family, what can these poor people can give what kind of treatment in their homes? It is not possible, sir. It is not possible to give the treatment that is required to the patient at their home. They cannot do anything. The only comfort is that to the attendants, they will feel free when they reach home. They are free from that hospital atmosphere for which they don't like. So when they go home, they are more relaxed and more happy. But I'm talking here about the patient. The patient, when he has taken back home, he will face all pain and agony. And who can take care of such kind of patients at this poor home, at their poor family, sir? Sir, why I'm so concerned for this subject, even though I said at the opening remarks that I may not be the best person to speak on this subject, but because I have the opportunity in the family to always talk about health matters, about health subject, because I'm fortunate to have
my daughter who is a doctor, and I have my wife who is a nurse, and myself also, I'm privileged to be a student of MBA in hospital and healthcare management, for which I'm still studying, sir. So that's why I have the patience to spend time to think, and I have written also in my assignment on this matter. Sir, it makes me more concerned when I know some family are facing such kind of problems in the rural areas. I will not name the village. I will not name also that particular patients. But I know there was an instance that one patient committed suicide himself because of the non-availability of such kind treatment at home. One patient, after taking 4 or 5 hospitals, from one hospital to another, and their families, they are poor family, they find so difficult to spend. Whenever they take the patient to hospital, they keep a long list of prescription of medicines, and they have to buy those medicines. But this poor family can no longer afford to provide those medicines that are required for that particular patient. And at the end of the day, they also understand from one hospital after another that the hope to cure this patient, it's not there anymore. So ultimately, what they do, they understand this and they take that patient back home, waiting for the time to die. But that patient, he didn't die for so many days, so many months. The family member, sorry to use this word, they thought that they will take home, and they know also that he is going to die after a few days. But he didn't die. So ultimately, this patient, he has to face the pain and agony every day. And he don't dare also to tell the children to go to hospital again, because he know the condition of that family. It is a very low income group family. And he knows also the fact that he had spent during the treatment all the resources that he have. It has been spent already. So he has to face this pain and agony at home, sir. He has to face the pain and agony at home every day. And what happened? On one fine day, when he see that there is an opportunity, when all his children is not at home, he take that sad decision to hang himself, and he died. This incident
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. I'm emotional on this. I'm emotional on this matter. This incident has touched my heart. And I thought the government can do something to prevent such incidents. The government can do something to prevent such incidents, because we have so many poor people, so many poor patients in the state of Meghalaya who cannot afford this costly medicine, who cannot afford the required medicines which are required, especially those life-saving drugs, which are very, very costly. We understand how many poor family can afford. That's why, sir, I bring this motion for discussion in this house today. That as a government, I do not know. Honorable Minister in charge Health and Family Welfare, she is the best person to know what kind of treatment do we give to such kind of patients who are struggling and whom we know also that it's difficult to cure. What kind of treatment as a state government we are giving as of now? But to my knowledge, sir, most of the poor patients, they came back home when they know that they are not able to cure anymore. Sir, I want to draw the attention of the government through this motion that it's very, very important to create such facilities and if the government can give the direction to the doctors to classify and the senior doctor to determine, to declare which patient, who is the patient who required this comfort care treatment. If it's not there in the subject of the health department, I felt it is very, very important to have that classification, that patients who reach at that stage due to chronic diseases should be given that classification as comfort care treatment. And when the doctor declares that this patient needs comfort care treatment, the government should bear. The government should provide free of cost medicine, whatever the cost may be. The costly medicine, the injection which is very costly, painkiller which is needed is very costly. The government should bear such medicines when required to administer to service to such kind of patients who are struggling. Another suggestion, sir, which I want to bring to the government through this motion. Sir, private room, it's very, very important to give to such patients. Normally, private room is given to the patient who can pay. But I would urge the government of the day that such patient who get that classification from doctors should be given free of cost to a private room. Why we need such facilities, sir? Why we need private room? As the dictionary I've read that comfort care includes emotional care, and spiritual care. Sir, I want to tell you the fact that spiritual care is so important in such cases. People, it is very, very important, and we believers, we believe in our different religion, but one thing which we do believe is that emotional and spiritual care is so important at the end point of our life. It's very, very important. Patients are tending always to confess even their sins that they have done, and they need a spiritual healer at that point of time. Do you think that the general ward in the hospital is a suitable place for the patient to confess their sins? Do you think the general ward is a suitable place for the fathers, for the pastors to perform their religious performance at that place? No, sir, it's not suitable. And there's time that the patient, he don't want to disclose even to their own family, but they want to have a consultation with the spiritual healers. So until and unless they have a private room, they have a privacy, how can they disclose such kind of things? For which it's not necessary for them to disclose to their families, members, but they want to disclose to their spiritual healers. So it's very, very important to provide them a facilities so that they can disclose their things for which they want to disclose only to the particular persons. Sir, there are some definition also who says that to provide a comfort care mentally and emotionally and also physically, it needs to be present there physically, try holding hands or a gentle massage to the patients, and then set a comforting mode. Some people prefer a quiet moment with few people only. And then some patients may prefer even to listen to music with low volume. That also should be provided if required. And this will help the patients with relaxation and to reduce pain even. And then another thing it says, that it needs to involve yourself with the patient, especially the attendants, the loved one, the relatives should involve with the patients, and always to be present with the patient, especially the loved ones. So, sir, my conclusion remark on this subject is that I want to see the government of the day, the state government, if we have such facilities, if we have such care, can we improve it? Can we do better? And if we don't have, so far, Honorable Minister in charge Health and Family Welfare, she's here with us. She knows better whether such facilities, such classification is there or not to the patients. I would urge this government of the day, sir, to bring this new topic, this new subject in the government hospital, to have a comfort care facilities to the patients who are facing with chronic diseases and who are struggling between life and death. With this few submissions, sir, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Any member who would like to participate may send their slip with their names within this 5 minutes. I will now allow Dr. Shilingdo, honorable member, to take the floor. Any member who would like to participate may kindly send their slip.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity given to participate in this motion brought by Honorable MLA Shri Renington L. Tongkhar on the topic that this House do now discuss the need to provide comfort care treatment facilities to patients in the government hospitals. When we talk of this topic, our mind is always drawn, and in fact, it is related to the cases where they are terminally ill or cases where the treatment possibilities of a cure is not possible anymore. I will give an example of what usually happens in the hospital. Now, if the patient is seriously ill, or a cancer patient that is really suffering, what happens in our government hospital is, after a few days of treatment, the advice at best that we give to the patient parties is that we cannot give any further treatment here in our center. You take the patient home, or you take the patient to any private hospitals that you wish to take. That is the advice that we give. So in participating in this motion, I also feel like the honorable member. In fact, he became emotional also. Maybe he has experienced cases where personally he encountered the situation. I'm not an expert on this, but then as a medical doctor, I can share my views. When we talk of palliative care, this is the treatment that we give to patients that has no hope of recovery, but we give treatment to relieve their pain or to reduce the symptoms. With the passing of time, a patient of cancer or maybe any other chronic illnesses, if we tell the patient to go back home, I also subscribe to the views that the honorable member has mentioned. Patient go through the stages, the different stages of pain. In the beginning, they try to bear it. Then they start crying. Then they start rolling in their beds. Then they find it difficult to eat, especially in cases of cancer in the esophagus. In those cases, especially when the patients are very poor, they cannot even go and call any doctor to come and visit home because of the involved expenditure of bringing the doctor home. So they are left with just seeing the patient. Maybe it could be a father or a mother writhing in pain, crying. The only thing they can do is look till the end time. So in this case, maybe I would like to suggest to the government to form an advocacy group. Just like we have the medical board to certify that such and such person is having a disability, we can form a similar group where maybe a medical specialist can sit in that group, a surgeon can sit in that group, a doctor with experiences, maybe a retired doctor, where after looking at the results of the investigations, can as a group declare this patient will have no other improvement, even if you go to any place of the treatment. This will save a lot of money to the respective families. I have seen so many cases where doctors do not communicate clearly because they feel, how can I say that this case has become hopeless? Because medical treatment is not like mathematics. 2 + 2 is 4. Sometimes the treatment that we give to one patient, the patient responds very well. The same disease to on another person, same treatment is given, but the response is different. So, I can understand the dilemma of the doctors also to declare that this particular case is a hopeless case. But if there is an advocacy group that explains the prognosis or the cause of the disease, maybe if a case of cancer, if it is a 3rd stage, we should be frank with the patient parties. We should be able to tell them that the treatment prognosis is not very bright, or maybe there is no hope. If we tell the truth, what are the consequences? The family members will be prevented from selling their lands, because I've seen many families who has gone completely bankrupt. Because why? The father got cancer. They don't get the correct communication from the doctors. No proper guidance. They sell their land, they sell their vehicles, they sell everything. At the end of all the expenditure, the patient dies. And all the family members who are surviving, their life become miserable without a disease. They go into depression, so on and so forth. So, an advocacy group, maybe usually in the district hospitals we don't have the advanced care, maybe at least in the civil hospital, Shillong, advocacy group in Tura Civil Hospital, advocacy group in Jawai Civil Hospital, where that group can study the results and investigations done on the patients and tell them frankly the prognosis. In that way, the patient parties or the families will not feel guilty even if they don't try to take him outside the state. I've seen in many instances, sons and daughters come together, not knowing that this case is hopeless. They spend all their earnings only to be told at the end that nothing can be done. I don't blame the nursing homes. I have seen many cases where a patient will be taken into the ICU. First day, second day, third day. It is very easy for the doctors as a team to decide whether hope is there or not. But no one will take that initiative. At the end of 15 days, the hospital bill comes to 15 lakhs and the patient is still unconscious. So I feel that is not fair. So if we have that advocacy group, when a patient is very ill but conscious, many advices could be given to that patient. For example, a terminally ill, chronically ill cancer patients, if there is a group that advises on the social aspect, that is the time, if he has not made a will, he can be advised to make a will, especially if he is a rich person. We have seen many instances in and around Shillong where family members, when the father dies, they go and fight for the properties. But from the beginning of the illness till the death of that patient, sometimes 2 years' time have lapsed. Sometimes maybe 6 months. But that 6 months was very crucial if someone had advised how to do with the wealth and properties of that person who is sick. Now, in case of comfort care, sometimes patients are sent back home with Ryle's tube or the feeding tube from the nose. Patient parties are advised you can feed them. They have been explained. Liquid food, this is how you do it. But then sometimes proper information is not given to them, that after a certain number of days, that Ryle's tube or the feeding tube has to be changed. Or maybe in between, if the patient vomits, how to handle that situation. So, counseling, telling the patients the exact prognosis, how this case will happen, or what will be the end of this patient, that is very important. Personally also, I feel sometimes very difficult to tell the patients who is seriously ill. I have come across many instances where patient party come and call me to go to their house and visit. And when I find that the patient has no hope, alone I feel it is a pain to tell them that this case is hopeless. Even I have the tendency to refer the case. But as a team, different minds, 2-3 doctors sitting together, we can give the right direction to the patient parties. I didn't get a chance to check how they do it in other developed states or countries. But maybe our government, through the health department, we can go in that line of forming an advocacy group. With that first step, maybe, that group can advise the government also what things has to be done. There is an urgent need now where we should have a hospital to treat only the terminally ill. Just like we have the old age homes, they go to the old age home, the criteria is that they are having an old age, not because they are sick, So if we have some sort of a home where people can go and that center can give counseling, spiritual counseling as rightly mentioned by the honorable member. If I talk about the spirituality of our lives, sometimes I used to tell my friends, those who get cancer in the stomach or in the throat are lucky people because they know that they have time. If they are not living a life that is in accordance, that is pleasing to God, that is the time they correct their life. If they have hurt their friends, that is the time they call. Means they can correct their life. But I don't say that those who get cancer are blessed. A disease is a disease. But how we move from here forwards, we should be able to relieve the pain and the suffering of our fellow citizens in Meghalaya who are suffering from terminal illnesses. Let us find a way to relieve their pain. With these few words, I hope the government, considering the points given by many other members, will come up with maybe a pilot project for the state so that people will benefit out of what the health department is providing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
As there is no other member to participate, may I request the Honorable Minister in charge to make a reply, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I express my thanks to the Honorable Member for Maukarwat, Baranington L. Tongkhar, for giving us this opportunity as a Department of Health and Family Welfare to attend to a very new but quickly evolving concern in the matter of the content and extent of his motion, which discusses comfort care treatment facilities to patients in government hospitals, sir. Sir, as correctly indicated by the mover of this motion, comfort care treatment is designed to alleviate symptoms, manage pain, and enhance the quality of life for patients facing serious illnesses, chronic conditions, or those nearing the end of life. So disease is very cruel, sir. There is no bar, no age bar. There is no social strata bar to patients who have endured this big challenge of illness. What is most painful, sir, is in this generation, newborns are also not out of the challenge of this very important attention drawn by the honorable member in his emotive motion, sir. Today, sir, rarely you will find any member of the community who has not felt the pain that the honorable member feels. And yes, sir, I empathize with him and the thousands of families who do not have this privilege of coming to a Meghalaya Legislative Assembly to discuss their problems. This is the dynamic nature of the Department of Health and Family Welfare, sir. We are very aware, sir, that palliative care is an expensive affair. But Government of India, Government of Meghalaya is now well seized of this challenge. We are approaching to better diagnostic centers, comprehensive infrastructures to attend to all of these various diseases that cripple the community to the extent of a feeling of helplessness. I too have felt it. And I too have seen in my tenure of an MLA the extent of damage that disease can cause to families and communities. So I have two options before me. One, just read this prepared speech. Or two, concentrate on the areas of concern and go out of the predictable nature of a minister reading out a speech. And I choose the latter, sir. I will try my best to enlighten this august house. Very often, the cart before the horse parody is an often taken route. Condemn. Look at the weaknesses. Look at the shortfalls, the shortcomings. But sir, in this day and age, sir, the Department of Health is rising to the challenge. Sir, in response to the Honorable Mover of this motion's point about the technicalities of LAMA, leave against medical advisory. So very often, a doctor in our facility, though his heart is with the concern for a patient, needs to leave decision taken to families and family parties. We have seen, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, that patients had a good chance to be treated by our doctors, but preferred to leave against medical advice. Once the patient is taken out of the care of the hospital or the facility concerned, there is degeneration. There are so many factors which lead to patient parties opting for LAMA. And by the time they bring back a cancer patient to our facility in civil hospital or Tura hospital, so many experimentations have been experimented by patient parties. And usually they come at the very last, most painful stage. But yes, should a government facility prepare itself for the eventuality of this deterioration of a patient? Yes. We are strengthening our facilities through the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the PMJAY scheme. And sir, we are strengthening our secondary and tertiary care hospitalization for such vulnerable populations. What are we doing in this scheme in the government of Meghalaya with its state component of share? And the consolidated effort put in by the Department of Health and Family Welfare. Sir, we are financing and investing valuable funds to upgrade our various health facilities. The Health and Wellness Center, sir, is a scheme that circles around predominantly over and above the immediate medical attention that a patient may require, even if it's not a life-threatening situation. But it hovers around care. We are looking at a care which is curative in nature, which is rehabilitative in nature, and we are definitely including the palliative care in the packages that we offer for the universal coverage of health care for every citizen of the state of Meghalaya. So the Department of Health and Family Welfare and its huge battery of doctors, specialists, medical officers, are of the opinion that we must change gear in our approach to tackling the problems of healthcare in the state of Meghalaya, to attend to the changing dynamics of presentation of various diseases in the state of Meghalaya. We are investing heavily in the non-communicable disease program of the state of Meghalaya. Very often, sir, members may have experienced personally or in their service as MLAs, suddenly out of the blue you hear that the patient you just met in the morning collapsed and died. So therefore, preventive care has to take presence in all of our activities in our various centers. So we have also looked at improving the kind of facilities that we have in our institution and reach one step further towards the person, service to the person who's suffering the most. So we have the JAS, which is very much in operation in the state of Meghalaya. This is the Jan Arogya Samitis. Who is constituting the JAS team? Every DC in every district has been told to initiate a JAS presence in every village. You have the community, you have a convergence of our ASHA workers, we have the Anganwadi workers, and we have the village health council authorities. So this team, sir, is a team which looks at treatment away from hospital. We have home visits, we have door-to-door checking and collection of data and survey of patients, so that we are able to, as a government, expand our MHIS scheme, so that it becomes a dynamic list which is conditioned primarily not by predictable diseases that can be attended to in the universal coverage, but particularly to ensure that whenever the need arises, the MHIS should and must coverage any disease and requirement thereof by a citizen of the state of Meghalaya. So we also have worked on the e-Sanjeevani networking, what we call digital health integration, so that a patient who is in need of medical advice and attention, even if being treated at home, can access through these teleconsultations that are there. But maybe awareness is the need of the hour. We have to publicize the presence of these institutions that are there at every village level. Today, in the e-Sanjeevani networking digital health integrated system, we have 51 specialists which have onboarded themselves. But maybe people don't know. So palliative care, like I said, has no age bar, has no community bias. It is across the board. And the state, in its ambitious intention to start the 2 medical colleges which are run by the state government, will also achieve the same end. We have been finding problems finding specialists. So what is most painful is that Alzheimer's, dementia, and other such diseases are slowly consuming our population. And sometimes the way out is to educate the masses. We have to educate the masses to move away from practices which have been practiced for long. I have a cancer, the doctor can't treat me, let me go to a natural healer. Does that work? We need to fight this. A systemic corruption within ourselves, which is detrimental in the long run to the population at large. We need these specialists. And these 2 medical colleges will create the gap that is there. And that is why we are determined. And I must also thank the Honorable Chief Minister for his constant support to the Department of Health and Family Welfare. Time to time, we go to the Honorable Chief Minister to discuss the dynamic manifestation of some of the diseases that are slowly becoming important. I am confident that 5 years down the line, we will have trained personnel. Today, neuro-onco surgeons are rare in the state of Meghalaya. Hence, patients have no option but to leave the comfort zone of their homes and get treatment in another location, another state, sometimes even overseas for those that can afford it. We are confident, sir, that the psychiatry department in the state organizations will strengthen. Suicidal tendencies. Once upon a time, sir, we used to read in a novel or see in a film. But today it is a practice. Today it is consuming the community and corrupting the mind of the community to a large extent. Should the government be a mute spectator? No. We will rise. And we will see how we include the education department, the teachers, the physicians, the ASHA workers, the Anganwadi workers, so that we fill the gaps and start discussing our problems. What is this non-disclosure of position of health or status of a health or an ailment of a patient. Very often, our community, we are not ready. I often ask doctors in my visit to the districts and different locations, in the several numbers of inspections that I have personally gone and attended, why don't you tell the patient the truth? Many doctors themselves need a training. What do you disclose and what can't you disclose? Modern practices are now a common trend. We have to train our personnel, which is why we invest so much on medical education and career progression of our staff. We are forcing our medical officers who are refusing to go for advanced career progression programs because they are happy in their comfort zones. We are changing. Our doctors are changing, sir. Gone are those days when doctors become consumed by their comfort zones. Our doctors are now very, very, very hardworking. I know that a doctor in a PHC is likely the only source of hope for the hopeless. We are requesting our doctors, sir, to walk the talk. But training and exposure trips, sending them to facilities where all of this is included in healthcare, is what we need to do. Sir, Civil Hospital in Tura, the tertiary care hospitals, are also improving in their services. And yes, we have to remember that sometimes when a patient has lost all hope in medicine, he turns his hope to God. We are a Christian state. Whether you're Christian, you're Hindu, you're a believer. All believers have their own corrective, supportive treatments for patients. And I request patient parties to reach out to the various groups that are already in operation. So we have, like Dr. Celestian Lingdo, the Honorable Member of Umsning, has requested us to have advocacy groups. We have several groups, sir, for people suffering from various ailments, be it cancer, be it HIV/AIDS, be it drugs. We have these advocacy groups, and we are also working to include them in a lot of our activities in all of our facilities. Sir, I could go on and on as to what the department is already doing. So today, Civil Hospital has what we call a respiratory care unit. Today, we have the counseling and therapy and psychological clinics in Civil, in Tura. We are going one step further, sir, and we're also having an adolescent health-friendly clinic with the rate at which young adults expose themselves to risk. We have to talk about it. We are doing it. We have the complementary therapy services like acupuncture, massaging. We've built a very strong Ayush department. We now have the naturopathy department. We are encouraging yoga, meditation, and inculcating holistic wellness and stress relief in our community. Sir, even the simplest things like hygiene and self-care Communities across the state still need hand-holding on that. On the International Women's Day celebration, I was so happy to be giving sanitary pad vending machines to institutions. We have to talk about it at the rate of 10 rupees. What is cervical cancer? This morning I attended a funeral where a very senior citizen discovered at the fag end of her life that she had cervical cancer without any knowledge. The other day I went all the way to Pacharth Mangar's constituency, where again there was a senior lady who had no inclination. We are now encouraging tests. We are encouraging citizens to be concerned about knowing your own body. Most of the time, most of us do not want to go for screening. But sir, today the department has conducted so many screening tests across the state of Meghalaya. Therefore, sir, when you look at the kind of increase of footfall of patients in all of our facilities, one positive indicator, the rainbow behind that cloud, is that we are increasing our footfalls, which means people are now sensitized and educated that they must reach out for medical help and they must know their bodies. And we will try our best to continue in this direction. And we will try our best to include all kinds of diseases in this huge obligation that we have to the population of the state of Meghalaya. I thank the honorable members, both of them, for participating. Important for us to share some of the efforts that we have made in the department. So there was a mention of private room facilities. Sir, we are trying our best to also improve our infrastructures in our various centers. We are working hard to ensure that performing institutes are given this additional help, assistance, to increase the number of private rooms in their various facilities. Sir, Government of Meghalaya is equally concerned on this seemingly extremely difficult avalanche that is hitting the department to change its practices and its ways. And we are studying ourselves. We are evaluating ourselves through various ways. The various awards initiated by the Honorable Prime Minister. Our facilities now are getting all of those awards. It is self-evaluation, introspection. What is it that we need to do? And let me assure this Honorable House, sir, that we will be on the job. We will work hard. We are working on ensuring that we improve and expand the HR in our various institutions. We are grateful that the Honorable Chief Minister has given us more nurses, more doctors. Earlier on, when the state was first formed, the Department of Health was this small, but today we have expanded. We are grateful to the NHM, the Honorable Prime Minister, for the various interventions that have occurred to enable the Department of Health and Family Welfare to expand itself, to rise to the occasion, and to face these challenges which are very dynamic in nature. I hope, sir, without giving too much information on data to the two members who have risen on this house to participate, I hope that I have been able to satisfy your learning. I hope that I have embalmed the pain that you feel. I hope you have confidence in your own government. And I want to assure every member, sir, and the public in general, we will try our best, we will rise, and we will concentrate on early detection. We will concentrate on improving our diagnostic centers. We will concentrate on increasing our screenings. We will send our doctors for proper trainings. And I hope, sir, that by 2032, on achievement of the $10 billion dream that we are piping, our facilities will also benefit, and our efforts will continue to protect whom? The interests of the people of the state of Meghalaya. With these few submissions, sir, I resume my seat, sir.
Thank you.
I have one clarification, sir, and first of all, I must thank the Honorable Minister in charge, Health and Family Welfare, for replying this motion. Of course, sir, I am happy to hear from her. There are so many things that the government has initiated to help the patient, but we know that it's still not sufficient, sir, especially MHIS. We know the fact that under MHIS, patient still have to pay, and only certain amount that can be recovered from MHIS. Sir, I just want to put a very specific question to the Honorable Minister, and I just want to remind this House that there are many things that Meghalaya do, and then the rest of India follow. So I want to put a specific question: if the government of Meghalaya examine to create a comfort care hospital, at least one hospital in Meghalaya, comfort care hospital, because you see, sir, all these days we are talking about how to cure, but now it's beyond the curing, that those patients whom we know that we are not able to cure, so we need only to keep comfort. So will the government examine to create a comfort care hospital in the state of Meghalaya, sir? This is only my question, sir.
So the government of Meghalaya, through the Department of Health and Family Welfare, is well versed with a comprehensive geriatric care. It's a consolidated policy. Yes, it is always, we are always ambitious of expanding our facilities. I will not commit here, but I will assure the Honourable Member that in the existing centers, we are already designating a 10-bedded geriatric ward, Civil Hospital, Shillong and Tura, Jowai. We are on the job, sir, and we hope to be able to achieve it, sir.
Thank you. Discussion on motion number 3 is now closed. Now we will take up motion number 4. Sri Lakshman Ramboy MLA may kindly move the motion. This House do now discuss the general economic condition of the state in the light of the statistical report that Meghalaya is one of the poorest states in the country and the way forward. Lakshman Ramboy MLA, please move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Before moving this motion, I would like to quote some quotation. Sir, great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, Small minds discuss people. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of the dream. Do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you will be criticized anyway. You will be damned if you do, and damned if you don't. And never allow a person to tell you no who does not have the power to say yes. Great leaders are almost always great simplifiers who can cut through argument, debate, and doubt to offer solution everyone can understand. So, when I see that the government have the great mind, they have the dream, and they are doing right thing, and they offer the solution which everyone could understand, which the presentation of the Honorable Chief Minister yesterday itself speak. So I beg not to move, sir.
Okay. Since the mover of the motion beg not to move, we'll pass on to motion number 5. Sri Meralbon CM MLA may kindly move the motion. This House to now discuss the method and policy for improving the infrastructure, sanitation, etc. within the cities and towns in the state with special emphasis on census towns like Nongpo, etc. Meralbon CM, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House to now discuss the method and policy for improving the infrastructure, sanitation, etc. within the cities and towns in the state with special emphasis on census town like Nongpo, etc.
Motion moved. You may initiate the discussion now. Any member who would like to participate may give the slip. You may.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. At the very outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, sir, for allowing me to move this very important motion. Even though we have witnessed a very broad presentation and a detailed presentation on the budget presented by the Honorable Chief Minister yesterday. I want to place on record my sincere thanks to the Chief Minister, in which we have seen the way the budget that has been presented, in touching in all the important aspects for the economic growth of the state as a whole. Apart from touching for the market-driven intervention to the farmer, apart from touching to improve the youth in the state, apart from touching the issue with regard to the health system, apart from touching many issues, especially when we have seen the intervention of the state government with regard to the development of the new Shillong Township, which revolve around about the issue of urbanization and to ensure that the next generation to come, they will live in towns and cities in the state where it will be remembered forever. Sir, in last few days, this House have just recently passed the supplementary demand for grant number 17, which have addressed many issues with regards to infrastructure in the state as a whole, especially to address the issue with regard to strengthening natural ecosystem of urban areas through urban planning. The fund that has been asked for approval of the August House for 20 crore. And with regard to the project of the Urban Infrastructure Development Fund to be funded by National Housing Bank, which include the Shillong Smart Cities and other, which worth more than 200 crore. It is a good sign. An initiative and momentum has been built within the state to ensure that our beautiful city Shillong, even though it is congested now, it is not well planned, but there are initiatives that has been taken in the past, that initiative to be taken in future through the different initiative that has been taken to address the various issues that we have. When we talk about New Shillong Township, it is a great sign of improvement. I'm very optimistic to see the intervention, the way where the road has been planned, where the new secretariat is coming up, where the new Unity Mall is coming up, where the new assembly building is coming up, and other department, agencies, and departments who are there will come up. It is a good sign, and I'm not wrong to say that all this intervention in the urban areas, with a special focus on Shillong, Tura, and Jowai, most of the initiative that has been taken in the past, we have seen the construction of different five-star hotels, which have direct or indirectly linked with the issues that is prevailing, that is unemployment. And with the coming up of many phases to improve the city of Shillong, the existing city of Shillong, on the Smart City project, it is on the right track for different projects that has come up to address the issues and the concern and the dream and aspiration of the people to live in the urban areas. The project, like the multi-level parking space in Motfran and other area also, which has come up, it is a very positive sign. We have seen there is a congestion for parking space. We have seen nowadays people, every person, they have their own personal vehicle. We are living in a generation, in not like those days where we are using public vehicle, but mostly people now through the availability of loan, EMI, so people have opted to buy their own vehicle, which is a good sign of growth and for the comfort of each and every one of us. The coming up of the Shillong Business cum Tourism and Cultural Center in Police Bazaar and other facilities like the commercial complex in Polo, the redevelopment of Laim Kra Municipal Market, implementation of Integrated Command and Control Center in Maudiangdiang, the construction of rainwater harvesting system at various locations in Shillong, as well as the Waam Kra Riverfront Development and Lakefront Green. These are initiatives that has been taken to address how to redevelop, how to redesign, how to make our beautiful city Shillong a city which will be remembered by each and every one. We understand the footfall of tourists in our state. We have seen there is an increase in the footfall of tourists also. Not only in Shillong, be it in Sora or in West Garo Hill, in Jainta Hills, in Ribhoi, in other locations also, but we have seen that there is a positive sign. So with regard to this, when we talk about infrastructure in Shillong, mainly in Shillong, Tura, Jowai, and other important towns also, one of the main issue is the drainage system, the water logging. During rainy season, we have seen and witnessed the water logging in different parts of Shillong itself, be it in Polo Ground, be it in Penthorba or Nongmansong or other places within Shillong. I'm not wrong to say in other important town of the state also. This is one of the main concern that we have to address. There are multiple reasons behind these very important issues that we are going through. The dumping of soil, the random dumping of soil, where we have seen many natural stream. The natural stream has been blocked. There's no other way for the natural stream to go. So at the end of the day, during rainy season, during summer, the water will reach at the kitchen of someone, maybe at the bedroom of someone. So to improve the drainage system as much as we can within the present setup of Shillong is very important, sir, so that we will ensure the cleanliness, the sanitation, especially during the summer time, that it could be addressed. At the same time, sir, when we talk about Shillong as a city or within Shillong agglomeration in and around Shillong, the issue of the traffic jam is one of the concern which coordinate between urban, the transport, the police, all the line department. It has to be coordinated together to try to regulate in such a way how to address this issue. Initiative that has been taken, the introduction of the STEMs, the buses for student, for intervention, so that not much vehicle will ply in the road, especially during the school hours. So with regard to the building bylaws, which is already in existence, the kind of construction of building we have seen within Shillong city and other cities also, unregulated. This has to be brought into, even though this subject, we would like a clarification whether the KHADC, it has been entrusted to look after the building bylaws within the Shillong city itself, as well as with regard to the different initiatives that we have seen in the demand for grant that will come up in maybe tomorrow or day after to be discussed in the House in the grant number 29, where a huge amount that has been earmarked in the Urban Affairs Department to address different issues with regard to infrastructure, sanitation. And we are very optimistic to see that the new landfill that has been proposed in Nonghali, we hope to see that the department will address this issue by ensuring that this project will come up as soon as possible. And we have seen that the dumping ground at Marten also, that has been the talk of the day with regard to this issue, where the garbage that has been accumulated there, slowly it has to be cleared, and we would like to urge the Urban Affairs Department that as soon as possible, all this garbage that has been accumulated in Marten, it has to be cleared so as it will pave the way for the cleanliness and sanitation of this particular area. So, to move on this direction, we need proper awareness with the locality within Shillong town, the community, where the sense of belonging, the sense of ownership will prevail within the community of our beautiful cities that has been built within this place. So, with regard to other towns of the state, I would like to emphasize first on Nongpo town, in which I belong as a local MLA. It is a census town that has been notified. In the beginning, there are 19 villages, but recently, 8 villages has been notified by the district council, and now 11 villages remain within the Nongpo town. As I have said in my opening remark, there are important aspects and issues to address in the coming out for different cities and towns within our state. Like Nongpo, Maukerwat, or Kliriat, Nongstoin, Bakmara, Ampati, Mairang, another important town, Sora, Shangpung, which need a special focus by the urban department, which are those towns which has been regarded as census town. So as I have said in the opening remark, to address this issue with regards to the drainage system in those particular towns, I would like to put my suggestion that to have a proper town planner for respective town within the state, to plan in consultation with the community where to build a playground, where to build school, where to build community hall, where to build church, where to build other social amenities that needs for a particular community. Because we have seen without a proper plan, where should be a footpath, where should be a motorable road, where should be a road, there should be a proper plan. So a full-fledged town planner need to be appointed by the government in respective important town within the state to consult with the community how to plan. So with regard to the drain, presently in every monsoon in Nongpo we experience the water logging, the flood. There are various reasons behind this. Due to the improper drainage built by the National Highway Authority of India all along, right from Jorabat, Bernihat, Umling, Nongpo, Umsning, there are various places where water logging always occur in every monsoon within the state. So this has to be addressed together. A directive has to be issued to the National Highway Authority of India for the proper drainage system along the highway. And I'm happy that we are informed that to address this, especially during school hours where students cannot cross from one side of the highway to another, the foot over bridge has been sanctioned by the central government in Nongpo, Umsning, Bernihat and Umling also. This will address the issues of pedestrian students who will have to cross along the highway. So I would like to suggest the urban department to take along the other line department like the water resources, the PHE, the soil conservation, to converge together how to plan the drainage system within Nongpo town. It has to be in a proper way. It has to map accordingly as per the geographical location of different locality that is there within Nongpo town. So to ensure that apart from the drain along the national highway, those natural drain which is already there, existing natural drain, their natural flow should not be stopped, because I have said in my opening remark also that the random dumping of soil, be it mostly of the private individual who build their houses or business establishment, they always encroach to the natural flow of the stream that we have, and this has to be regulated properly so that to ensure that during the summer monsoon season, the water is not blocked. With regard to the garbage that accumulate along the town, Nongpo town, the project, solid waste management project that has been inaugurated in the year 2019, it remained non-functional till now, sir. So I'm happy that through a meeting with the Urban Affairs Minister, with the official of the Urban Affairs, that was discussed a new landfill, a new project will come up. So I would like to urge through you, sir, to the Honorable Chief Minister, to Honorable Urban Minister, to take up this project at a fast-track mode so that it could address the issue of throwing the garbage will have a proper place. We understand that many localities, there are localities who are in favor, there are localities who are not in favor to give the land also. So now we have the land in hand, so we should not miss this opportunity as long as we have available land in Nongpo now, as long as the community, they are willing to cooperate together with the department. It is the time that we have to come up and to plan properly. The Nongpo Town Committee, they have to be handheld properly by the Urban Affairs Department, especially such kind of project in a huge magnitude that it will come. It needs a proper management committee to look after. So I would like to suggest that if the respective town committees comprises of all the villages, if they are capable, well and good. If not, they have to be handheld by the Urban Affairs Department as well as the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Riverhoy District to ensure that steps like the source of income, how to ensure that the fund will be there so that we can pay the salary of the people who will be engaged in cleaning, who will be engaged like vehicle, the drivers, the cleaners, and those who will segregate the garbage within that landfill. At the same time, the capacity building, intensive training also has to be conducted with respective locality to ensure them that they will be able to take up this training for the benefit how to implement this project. Also, with regard to the sense of belonging from the community at large, it is important that we will address and to take everybody on board with the locality also, so that they will come up together and the sense of belonging will be there. So, with regard to another aspect, to different census town, where we used to avail the ID scheme, the infrastructure development scheme, that has been earmarked from the Urban Affairs Department to different locality. You have seen there are huge amount that has been earmarked, but to address more, especially with regard to how to plan for the town to coming up. School, playground, Anganwadi Center, etc. I would like to request to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge and the Chief Minister for a maximum allotment, and at the same time,
Honourable Member, it is 2 o'clock now. You may continue your discussion in the next. administration. As there is no other business before the House, for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. Day the 12th March 2025.